would it? Yeah, so we're gonna watch some women tonight. Watch some women. And try to learn. Try to learn from them. Oop. Try to learn from them. And listen. And do all that good stuff. All the stuff they tell us to do. Listen. We're gonna learn. Be good. I did play tennis today. Played tennis. Just got done with it about a couple hours ago. I lost again. I lost all 3 sets. So, but it's okay, man. I just kind of expect to lose now at this point. I don't really even expect to win anymore. So it doesn't even. I'm honestly just fine with it. I just enjoy playing, and I'm just trying to get better. So it's crazy. We must have played like 40 sets at this point, and I've only won one. He's won the other 39 sets, which is wild. But itty what itty, itty what itty. Um, you guys see Spain? They fucking tied Cabo Verde. Fucking gay, bro. You guys are trash. Do you guys know how to play soccer? Soccer? Spain? Hello? Spain? Do you guys know how to play the game of soccer? Because you guys look like you suck. Fucking island is. Where even is Cape Verde? Where's Cape Verde? Island off the coast of wherever the fuck mogged you in front of the world. Oh, it's a country in Africa. No, oh, it's an island though. Off the coast of West Africa. Like I thought. Like I thought. Okay, I see. Tiny little island nation, bro. Fucking Spain. It's funny. Okay. Okay. All right. Let's waste no time. Let's watch the women here. What do we start with here? I do have some people wanted me. They sent me emails and they wanted me to watch some stuff. So I think I added them to. Although one was a chick who was like reacting to me, who was like far from Eden. She's reacting to like my really my most popular video. I'm not sure I really feel like watching that, but because far from Eden, she just seems like she's telling us all what we want to hear. I don't know. I'm trying to listen to some chicks who are not telling us what we want to hear. That's what I'm interested in. Thank you. Never explain yourself. Paid €5 to briefly escape YouTube's witness protection program. Back behind the top messages filter. I go. Let's have yet another great stream, Marshall. Okay. I'll do the live chat. All messages, not just top. So I should see you. You got it, buddy. You got it. You got it. right? I kind of want to start with some YV edit because, you know, I just love YV edit's content, man. It's peak. So let's start with some YV edit. She dropped a new video today, so we're gonna watch that. We're gonna listen. We're gonna learn. So, oops. You guys ready? You guys ready? YV edit.
Letting a man lead you as a woman is an act of radical
My ears are fucking gone, bro. I'm deaf now.
self-abandonment. I got this question on YouTube asking for tips for women recovering from the let the man lead mindset. She says, I was stuck in that for such a long time after going down the femininity and polarity rabbit hole on social media during the pandemic. I've mostly recovered, but still have moments where it feels awkward or uncomfortable to take the lead. So you have to understand that taking the lead is an act of agency, and everybody should have agency over their own self. To me, that's always been the best way to kind of look at things. I don't want to be led by anybody, and I don't want to lead anybody per se, right? I do think that if anybody should be a leader in a relationship or otherwise, it's probably women at this point, because we have been socialized towards radical responsibility. But we need to talk about how this whole letting a man lead thing and sort of giving up your agency in that way is very dangerous. Like, it's a safety issue. It's not just like a relationship preference. It's not a relational mode. Like, this is actually the crux of the patriarchy. Letting men lead is a patriarchal idea. Infantilizing women to the point where they need to be led by men is another patriarchal idea. So, in the interest of safety and well-being, let's discuss just a couple of
I mean, I do kind of agree with some of the stuff she says. Like, let's just be honest. Like, do we really want to be leading women anymore? You know what I mean? Like, it's kind of a lot of work. It's kind of a lot of work, man. Do you really want to like lead a woman as if she can't lead herself? You know? I'm just saying. Kind of do agree with her, and I mean, I always agree with her, you know what I mean? But
like very obvious reasons why you should never take a man's lead, why you should never even be tempted, in fact. Okay. So, one of the first things that comes to mind is, can men lead themselves?
what if he makes better decisions than you? What if he's just what if he's just got it like that? And men lead themselves? My guess is no. She's gonna say no.
Serious question. Serious question. And if
And I lead myself. You don't think you can lead yourself? Or do you need a woman to lead you? I mean, if we can't lead ourselves, then we probably need a woman to lead us. I mean, who else would lead us? I mean, you can't have another man leading you. A man who can't even lead himself is going to lead other men who can't lead themselves. Get out of here. Maybe we should be the. Are we the helpless ones? She doesn't like the patriarchy because it's like. It's, like infantilizes women to the point where like you need a man's direction or lead. Or at least she seems to be. It seems like she's suggesting the opposite. Maybe like a matriarchy where men are infantilized to the point where women are taking care of them. I don't know. Because if we can't lead ourselves, if men can't lead ourselves, then I mean, we need somebody to lead us. Unless she wants to make the case that we can lead ourselves. Let's see what she has to say.
so, where oftentimes are they leading themselves all on their own? You know what I'm saying? Like, what does the life of a single man look like? Where is he typically leading himself? To a porn website, dick in hand, to a gambling app, to a dead end job, and then back to an apartment where there's a mattress laying on the floor and a lawn chair in the living room and a
The mattress is not on the floor.
TV propped up on a fucking beer cooler. Okay. Like, that's where men are leading themselves. So stop and think about that for a second. Men have trouble like leading
TV on a beer cooler?
themselves
That'd be wild.
to cut their fingernails, to invest in a body wash for their shower. They have trouble leading themselves to the grocery store, to a recipe book, to the store to buy their own clothing. They walk around with holes in their boxers. Like, where are they leading themselves? Like, first of all, ask yourself that. Where is he leading himself, and why the fuck would I follow him there? That's the first question. The second thing that comes to my mind is, what's happened any other time you've let a man lead you? Like, has that ever worked out for you? What about where men have led each other to? They're leading each other nowhere as well. All of the things that they invent, these sports betting apps and porn websites and war and destruction and building dangerous things, like, they're leading each other there. And how is that working out for them? Like, not super well, not super well. A lot of them have PTSD just from existing, let alone from the wars, let alone from the dangerous jobs, let alone from the performance of masculinity and how traumatizing all of that is. Like, they're not well. Right? This is like the blind leading the sighted. You know what I'm saying? You're not entrusting leadership to people that have shown you that they're good at leadership. Meanwhile, you look at most women and they're improving the lives of everybody around them just by default. Even women that are emotionally unhealthy and not the best mothers, not the best sisters, not the best caretakers, they're still like doing a lot more to benefit the world than most men are. Like, most men, what they bring to the world is like destruction and chaos. And women are typically the ones leading by taking care of their children, forming communities, helping out their friends, taking care of loved ones that are ill or elderly, etc., right? Women have these natural leadership propensities. So you should always trust yourself more than a man, just by default, just based on that alone, right? And I'm not saying a man can't ever be a good leader. I'm just saying statistically,
Okay.
he's probably not. I am of the opinion that the patriarchy makes men intentionally dumber so that it can continue to exploit them. Same with like women who subscribe to the patriarchy. They're intentionally dumb. They're intentionally ignoring a lot of factual evidence in order to collect fleeting, meaningless benefits that only seem like benefits to them because they're bought into this nonsensical idea in the first place. Look at men in general. Male loneliness epidemic, terrible health outcomes, unemployed, uneducated, unhoused. That's where they want to lead you. Most men really want you to let them lead so that they can destiny swap with you. They want you to let them lead, as in they want you to move over and out of the way so that they can take credit for everything you worked hard for. That's what they mean by let me lead. They just mean let me take credit for your accomplishments. This may be a hot take, I don't know why, but even if a man is a good leader or seems like a good leader, or even if a man makes good decisions for himself, I still don't think you should let him lead, because what does that have to do with you? What does that have to do with you? Because I'm going to be honest, and I'm holding your hand very gently, very nicely while I say this. Like, my hands are lotioned, they're not sweaty, I smell good. I'm looking you in the eye, and I'm just telling you that if there's any room in your life to let somebody else lead, that means you don't know what you're doing with your life. That means you're not intentional enough with your life. That means you're still leaving room to center a man instead of yourself. And I have to tell you that there has never been any room in my life for a man to lead me. My life is full of the things that I want to do, that I'm intentional about. And honestly, lately it's been like a struggle to like spend time with my husband, let alone let him lead me, like run every decision by him or defer to him in any way. Like, I just have to make decisions and keep going. You know what I'm saying? I have a whole ass
Gotcha,
life
girl.
outside of him that really has nothing to do with him. I mean, we learn from each other, and that's not to be confused with I'm obstinate and I never listen to advice and I never have learned anything from my husband. No, not at all. The reason that I've been married to him all these years is because he is genuinely a smart person. He does genuinely make really good decisions all the time. And there's things that I've sort of observed about him and implemented in my own life, and they've been helpful to me. There's things that I've learned from him as far as like communication skills, relationship skills. Like, he's really good at all that stuff, right? But it's not like he's leading me. It's going through my discernment filter. And honestly, all of this like propaganda about male leadership is actually another way of instilling a limiting belief in women. So you need to think of it from like that angle. You are practicing limiting beliefs. You're practicing self-sabotage. When you let other people lead, that means you're giving up responsibility for your own decisions. You're giving up responsibility for the consequences of your own actions. While that may seem like tempting and sort of rewarding at first, like, oh, I just turn my brain off. My husband does everything and like he pays all the bills and I don't even know how to pay the mortgage and all this kind of stuff. You're actively imposing limiting beliefs on yourself.
That actually is true. I do agree with that. Yeah. Yeah. If you just, I mean, yeah. I mean, anybody who's, if you're being led, and that means that you're not making the decisions, you don't sort of build that muscle. It's not demanded of you, so you just kind of, you can turn your brain off, but that makes you, just kind of makes you a weaker type person. And, you know, depending on someone is, I think I've said this before in like other videos, but like if you depend on people, that means that they control you. And the level of dependency that you have on other people is the same as the level of control that they have over you. And it's not like there's anything wrong with that if you want, if you want them to have control over you and you're okay with that trade-off, right? It's just a trade-off. If you don't like to, if you'd rather not make the decisions and you'd rather just kind of chill out and not take responsibility, right? Not take accountability, not take ownership for your decisions, all this stuff. Um, you'd rather not make your own money and you'd rather not, all that stuff. Well, then great. That's why, um, well, yeah, great, but it just, that means that you're gonna give up a lot of control that you have over yourself, and so as long as you're just okay with that. I think historically, women were kind of, they just didn't have, they really didn't have a, an option, you know, like it wasn't even instilled in them. They weren't even part of the workforce. They weren't part of the voting demographic. They weren't part of the education system. They weren't getting educated, all these things were kept from them. And yeah, the birth rate was higher. The birth rate was higher, and men led, men were in leadership positions. But, you know, as soon as you start, it's almost like were men really only the leaders just because they gatekept all of these things from women, you know? Once they allowed them into all these things, well, you see now that, a lot of women like to have, they don't want to be prisoners in their own home, doomed to just pump out kids and be a mother and not make their own money and depend on their husband for the money and not have any sexual freedom, not have any all this stuff, right? So now that they have all these things, maybe they're a lot more capable than men think. Maybe they're a lot more capable than men think. Maybe this is a really good thing that women now have all this power and educational access and attainment and financial ascension, financial autonomy. rights in the court system, you know what I mean? And yeah, the birth rate's plummeting, yeah. Yeah, the birth rate's fucking in the sewer. And it's only falling more and more rapidly. But it kind of signals something, doesn't it? Kind of signals that maybe maybe the only reason we were ever with each other is because we needed each other. It's not necessarily that we wanted each other. Or maybe I should say it a different way. The only reason women were with men is because they needed them. It's not that they actually wanted them. They despise most men as people, but for almost all of human history, they needed them to survive. Um, so you can kind of understand. You can kind of understand. Now that they no longer need us for survival, you see that they just are no longer wanting to be with men. They make their own money. They make their own decisions. They live on their own. They have their own lives. They have their own education. They're pursuing their own goals and pursuing their own identity. And you know what I mean? I genuinely believe, I truly believe that I don't know. I just kind of think that, maybe men and women are, maybe we're a lot more similar than we ever thought we were. I genuinely think that the longer the human species continues, a man and woman will start to merge. It will no longer be. It's not going to be so different, you know. Um, I wonder if she's on birth control. I wonder if she's taking the contraceptive pill. Sometimes I think that maybe all this they're such go-getters and they're such, you know, Miss Independent on their boss shit. Speaking with confidence. Sometimes I wonder how much of that is fueled by the suppression of their estrogen, right? Of their natural production. And taking those pills gotta do something. Gotta do something to your brain, but I don't know. It's just something that I wonder about. Maybe there's nothing to it. Maybe there's nothing to it. But yeah, it's interesting. It is a trade-off. Feminism fought for women to have power and equal rights and education and financial autonomy, but it also means that you're just gonna be your entire life is just gonna be working and providing for yourself and making your own decisions and you know all that stuff. Um, and so as long as you're okay with that, as long as you're okay with that, um, it does beg the question. How are men and women like attracted to each other now? If we both sort of provide this, if we both are sort of providing our own means of survival, and women now have way more sexual freedom than men do, kind of begs the question, how do you know, it's just interesting how, people always talk about like love, like true love, and oh, I'm just into him for him, I'm just into her for her. We're starting to see on a mass societal scale that doesn't really doesn't really seem to exist. That it all kind of was just contractual, material. Which is interesting. Which is interesting. Uh, Sort of you're removing what even brought us together for most of human history, right? You're just removing that. Interesting. It's interesting.
So that's the lens, and that's been like a very helpful lens for me to think of things with, because as someone who was like parentified, and a lot of you may be in the same boat, since we're all here, I'm assuming we have something in common. If you were parentified as well, this
What's
idea of
parentified?
sort of letting a man lead and being in your feminine, etc., can seem kind of tempting. It can seem kind of like, I really need a break. I want to rest. I don't actually want to be an adult right now. I want to just not have to think about this stuff. But in reality, you do have to realize you're giving up your agency. You're going back to sort of a parent child relationship. And that's not healthy unless you're a child with a safe parent that can provide that kind of relationship. But that kind of relationship, it's really supposed to teach you agency. Like a really supportive parent doesn't actually do everything for their kid. They teach their kid how to do everything for themselves, but in a safe environment, without parentifying them, without
See, you guys don't like wife yet, but she'll grow on you. She'll grow on you, bro. She'll grow on you. You listen to her enough, she starts to make sense.
it being a scary thing, without
At first, you're like, holy shit. But then,
threatening abandonment, without any form of neglect, right? And so then the child feels safe doing those things for themselves. But a lot of us have these self imposed limiting beliefs because, frankly, we've had to walk on eggshells and be hyper vigilant and be radically responsible from a very young age. And it makes this whole let a man lead mindset kind of tempting. So watch out for that. Just know that that's actively giving up your agency, and therefore becoming out of alignment with your own path and with the universe. And that's not something you want to do, I promise you. Right? You can still learn things from people. You can still have fruitful relationships where a lot of growth happens, where there's accountability, where there is like mutual, challenging each other towards new accomplishments, towards new realizations. Like all of that is great. I'm by no means saying that a couple can't learn from each other. What I am saying is that everything you do should be so intentional and like self-referential that there is no room for a man to ever tell you what the fuck to do. The comment said, like, I sometimes have trouble taking the lead, and I'm not sure what's like the exact situation or specific example, but I mean, like, you should know how to carry yourself in every situation in a way that's self-referential. And I think there's something there, and I'm definitely going to spend like more time talking about that concept, but self-referential, as in you're not a tumbleweed just waiting to run into something and stop rolling. You're intentionally planted and growing where you're planted. And you're planted in the soil of your own beliefs, disciplines, knowledge, etc. Like you're planted firmly within a structure that you've created to benefit yourself that can be self-referential. So it works in any scenario. So no matter what you're doing, where you're going, you have like a pre-planned path. Like you have a self-referential system where you know what your boundaries are, you know what you will and won't tolerate, you know what you like, and you don't change that for other people. And you're willing to walk away when those needs are not being met, which is the essence of having a boundary, right? So, for example, if you're picturing like a first date,
should we never change for other people? Should you never change for another person? If they want you to change at all, is that wrong? Should we all just accept each other for each other and who we are and what we do at all times? Do we never just do we never change for the other person? Uh, Interesting.
date, right? The number one way that you would be self-referential and like not let a man lead in that scenario is by knowing exactly what you want and saying yes or no accordingly, right? So if a man's trying to slide into your dating app DMs or whatever, and please get off the dating apps. I cannot tell you enough. Like you are setting
That's what I'm saying.
yourself up for failure on those things, and I would highly recommend like staying off the dating apps and just investing in yourself, investing in your hobbies, and just, living your life. But that's just me. So let's say a guy is sliding into your dating app DMs and he's being vague. He's asking you what you want to do. He wants to get together, but he doesn't know when. He's asking where you want to meet up. And so your response to that as a woman should not be to take the lead from the man and be like, okay, well, let's meet up here. I'll call and I'll make the reservations. I'm going to blah, blah, blah. No, because this isn't about you taking the lead for somebody else. This is about you taking the lead for yourself, right? So you would go ahead then and lead yourself out of that situation.
But wait. What if the woman was like, I don't know what to do. What do you want to do? Can let's do what you want to do. You decide the date. Should a man think, you know what? This woman um I'm not going to take the lead for her. I'm going to take the lead for myself and get out of this situation. Let's listen to this again.
Recommend like staying off the dating apps and just investing in yourself, investing in your hobbies, and just, living your life. But that's just me. So let's say a guy is sliding into your dating app DMs and he's being vague. He's asking you what you want to do. He wants to get together, but he doesn't know when. He's asking where you want to meet up. And so your response to that as a woman should not be to take the lead from the man and be like, okay, well, let's meet up here. I'll call and I'll make the reservations. I'm going to blah, blah, blah. No, because this isn't about you taking the lead for somebody else. This is about you taking the lead for yourself, right? So you would go ahead then and lead yourself out of that situation.
Okay. So, all's equal here if all's fair. As long as this works the other way too. As long as this works the other way, then we're good. As long as this works the other way. A woman should never she she should never be vague or like not know when or where or like, just wanting to do what I want to do. If she ever wants that, if she's ever being like that, I'm going to take the lead for myself and not for her. And I'm going to lead myself right out of that situation. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Because I'm taking the lead for myself. I'm not taking the lead for no woman. I'm not leading no woman, right? She can lead herself. Right? So, all you guys, if a woman's ever asking, where do you want to go? What do you want to do? I don't know when I want to hang out. Let's do what you want to do, right? What do you want to do? And you have to like make the decisions, right? You have to like decide things. Well, here's what I want you to do. I don't want you to take the lead for her, right? Because she can take the lead for herself. I want you to take the lead for yourself and lead yourself right out of that situation. Okay? Glad we got that out of the way.
You would not respond to them, block them, or maybe just politely thank them
Fuck.
for their time and move on. Because taking the lead on a man in that situation, you're committing to a lot of work. Like, that is the first step in like a million steps that you're going to have to take in
I don't understand. Are we like different or are we the same? Tough for me to keep track, man.
order to make this man a functional
It seems like we're different where almost seems like sometimes these women think we're different where it's convenient for us to be different, right? It serves them for us to be different. And then we're the same where it serves them for us to be the same. It's kind of what it seems like. Kind of.
Human being, right? So at that point, you have to lead yourself out of that situation and just look out for a better situation that you can lead yourself into, right? So maybe next time it's a man who is like, hey, I'm very interested in you. I read your whole profile. Here's how you can tell that I read your whole profile. I'd love to chat with you. And then if we're both feeling up to it, I have
Bruh, I'm just telling you right now. If you say,
maybe next time it's a man who is like, hey, I'm very interested
hey, I'm very interested in you.
in you. I read your whole profile.
I read your entire profile.
Here's how you can tell that I read your whole profile.
Here's how you can tell that I read your whole profile. Let me prove it to you. Let me, no, stop. Don't go anywhere. Let me prove it to you. Okay? Here's how I read your entire profile. By the way, I'm very interested in you.
I'd love to chat with you. And then if we're both feeling up to it, I have some ideas based on your interest, based on what you said in your profile.
I mean, it's almost like you should expect this from women, you know? You should expect this from women. By the way, if you do that, it's not going to work. It's not going to work. You know, I'm not really on the dating apps that much, but I'm, and I'm not in the dating scene, but I know enough to know that's not going to work. You're just going to creep a chick out. You know what I mean? She's not going to be into that. However, I'm going to expect women to now do this. I'm not entertaining no women unless she says, hey, I'm really interested in you. I read your entire profile, and here's how you'll know that I read your entire profile. We should chat, get together if you're open to it. And if so, I have some things, some date ideas based on your interests. If I'm not getting that from a woman, bro, if I'm not getting that from a woman, I'm not having it. I'm done. I'm done, right? When are we different and when are we the same? And who is the adjudicator of when we're the same and when we're different? And how are we adjudicating this? How are we equal in certain ways? And how do we have different roles? Different things are expected of us in certain ways. And who decides this? Is it women? Because if it is, it's obviously very convenient.
Or based on what I know about you, about places that we could go, but let's like chat first. Let's see how it goes. And then we can plan something, right? That's a situation that you could then look at and be like, okay, let's dip a toe in. Let's see, let's take that first step and then you can lead yourself, right? Because what you're really looking for is someone who can also lead themselves. Or like say you're on a date and it's going poorly, like some
Yeah, we're looking for women who can lead themselves. How can we know this if we're like making all the plans for like the first date? You know what I mean?
thing is just
What if she just wants to turn her brain off? That's a trauma response.
not working out, like you have to take the lead, but for yourself. You're not going to take the lead and like try and make the date better or funner or anything like that. You're going to take the lead and lead yourself out of there, right? Because a lot of women get caught up in this, like, I need to lead a man, like, etc.
Who's going to make the date better or more fun? Is it us?
etc. No, when I talk about women leading men, it's once again, it's this passive thing. It's the same concept of like the
Okay, so women are leading men, but they're not leading men when they're not leading us from from step one, like when we're like talking to the dating app or like trying to get a date going or during the first date or like they're not planning the dates, they're not trying to make the date better, they're not trying to make the date more fun, they're not trying to show that they're interested or that they've read our entire profile, right? Or made plans based off of our interests, right? They're not leading in that way, right? So, but they are leading us. They are no. They are leading us though. They're leading us. They are leading us. I know it sounds like they're not. It sounds like it almost sounds like it almost sounds like they kind of want us to lead them in a way, like at first. But I'm sure that's not the case because they're leading us. How are they leading us here? How are they leading us in this? How are they leading us in this scenario? Hmm. Let's see what she says. It's like a passive thing. She says, no, when I talk about women leading men, it's a passive thing. They're leading us passively.
Men leading men, it's once again, it's this passive thing. It's the same concept of like the matriarchy is not the opposite of the patriarchy. When women lead, they lead by example. When men lead, they lead by force.
Just love these statements. Love these statements. Just as if you're just supposed to accept them. Women lead by example, men lead by force. I'd love to have that one explained to me. No, honestly, I'd love to have that explained to me. Hopefully she does a video on that. Why is it when women lead, they lead by example, and when men lead, they lead by force? Explain that. But still, you still have to explain why you want a man to lead in like the beginning of like a dating scenario, the dating app scenario, planning the date, all that stuff. She still hasn't really explained that. But okay, women leading is a passive act, but it's a passive aggressive act. Lead by example and lead by force.
They lead by depriving you of other things first. They lead by like making it a necessity that they lead. And like a lot of men will just lead you into boredom and uncertainty.
I mean, that's not entirely wrong. I mean, if you're talking historically, yes. Men were basically the leaders because they gatekeeped, all the things like money and power and education, knowledge, all these things because I mean, you have to wonder why. You have to wonder why we how did we gain dominion over these things to begin with? You'd have to kind of ask yourself. I'd be interested in why she thinks we got dominion over these things to begin with. Pre-civilization, you know, why was it that I mean men and women were maybe they were more on an equal footing, but yeah, it's just interesting. It's interesting why we got dominion over these things. But it's not like women didn't benefit it from it. They benefited from it and obviously, but they also they also didn't benefit from it in a lot of ways, which is true. They did benefit. You can't say they didn't benefit. They benefited and they didn't benefit at the same time. That can be true. It's not a binary thing. But anyway,
certainty because they don't like making decisions. Men are trained to be very submissive by the patriarchy. That's why I say, if anything, women should be leading. But trying to follow a man who himself is already kind of like been trained to be passive and submissive, like it's not fun. So I don't want you to think of like taking the lead as in like some noble sacrifice that you do for a man. You have to lead yourself out of there. That's the lead that you take. For women, it's better for us to lead ourselves. And then if there is a man who can like keep up with you, that's wonderful, you know? But think of yourself too, like, okay,
all right. So for men, it's good if we can lead ourselves. And if there's a woman that can keep up with us, then great. It's not on us to lead women, though.
think of it like this. Who leads a wild horse? You know, like as a woman, you're closer to a wild horse than you are to a tamed animal like a man. You know, all these attempts by men
Women are wild horses, men are tamed domestic animals.
to lead women is essentially trying to break you like a horse, is trying to break your spirit and put you in that yoke so that you can pull the cart. But really, you're a free horse, like you're a wild horse, and that's what you should embrace. And it's actually more about like letting go of whatever you think men can give you, like with their presence, you know what I'm saying? Whatever kind of fulfillment that you're like dreaming of that you'll find with a man, know that it's always been here. Know that the call was always coming from inside the house. The call for connection, the call for leadership, the call for love is actually coming from inside the house. No man will ever be able to love you the way that you can love yourself. And no woman will either, for that matter. Like, it's not even a gendered thing. I'm just saying that, like, as a person, you have instincts, sensibilities, propensities, right? Lean into that. That's you. Everything you're hoping a man will like bring out of you, or everything you're hoping a man will love about you, it's there already and it's already lovable. You can look at it and see it in yourself. And that's the essence of like self governance and agency and moving through the world without needing to be led by a man. Because again, when you think about this logically and when you look at the evidence, like that's not really an option. Like, save yourself, save yourself. Again, this is kind of about your safety first and foremost. This isn't even about like, oh, hardy har, like we're not going to let men lead us. It's like, I often say men will lead you off a cliff. Most men don't want to lead you to independence. You know what I'm saying? The reason they want to lead you in the first place is so that you won't be independent. They're afraid of that. That's the reason why they keep coming up with all of this masculine, feminine, gender roles bullshit. They want to be needed so bad.
So we don't have gender roles. We're just all the same. So when you're speaking to women, you're basically speaking to men too. Why don't you just speak to just people in general? Why is your content even for women? Just speak to people. It's as much for men as it is for women because the genders are bullshit. They don't exist.
Bad and you don't need them. That's the thing, is you don't need them. You will make better decisions on your own.
We don't need each other. Men don't need women. Women don't need men. Or wait, I don't know if that's what she's saying. She might be saying women don't need men, but men need women. Maybe she's saying that.
You are meant to take initiative for yourself. A man would never consciously, they do this unconsciously all the time, but a man never consciously sits there and waits for a woman to co-sign off on what he's doing. A man never sits there and waits for a woman to tell him what.
I see that all the time. You ever seen a you ever seen a man wait for his wife or his fiance or his girlfriend to sign off on what he's doing to before he does something? You ever seen that? I've seen that quite a bit. Seen that quite a bit.
to do, or at least that's not what he thinks he's doing. Even when he is doing that, it's not what he thinks he's doing.
Yeah, when he is doing that, it's not what he thinks he's doing. Jesus. They're telling us what we think when we do things. Just gotta love that. Even when you're consulting your wife or your girlfriend about something you're gonna do before you do it, getting her approval or just getting the go ahead or something like that, even when you're doing that, you're not actually thinking that you're doing that. What does he think he's doing? What does he think he's doing? What does he think he's doing? I love to hear say that.
So yeah, my biggest advice would be really lock in on your defining
Okay. All right. Thank you, YV Edit. Thank you, YV Edit. We are all so grateful for you. Well done. Well done. Well, there's this chick called the Wizard Liz, apparently. And she's basically the queen of like feminism, basically. Guys hear about Wizard Liz? She got cheated on, apparently, back like a year ago. The guy that she was pregnant with his child. She was still pregnant with his child, but then he cheated on her while she was pregnant with his child. And it's crazy because she gave like relationship advice and like marriage advice and all this stuff and like self-help and all this stuff. And then she ends up getting cheated on by her fiance at the time, and baby daddy. Um, very interesting stuff. Very interesting stuff. Maybe we can listen to a bit of her. I want to see what she kind of says. She's got a few videos here that I saved to the watch later. Let's see. Oh, it was actually one of them was recommended to me. One of them was recommended to me. That's it. Choose yourself and walk away. Let's check.
If you are a beautiful woman, if you are a woman
By the way, the audio is fucking terrible. How do you have 8.5 million subscribers and your audio is fucking trash?
that has money, that has any talent, you better be prepared to become the biggest bitch ever. People, men and women, will attack you for no reason. They will not like you for no reason. Just because you're breeding, you will trigger them. So you better be prepared to have some strong ass boundaries and to walk away every single time. Recently, I was in a situation with the father of my child where I had given birth and I was in a country where I didn't have all of my rights, I didn't have my family, and this guy basically decided to blackmail me with my child. If I don't do this, then he's gonna take my child. If I don't do this, then I'm gonna get deported. And I was constantly thinking, okay, let me just try to be nice and choose to pay for everything and do everything this guy asks so he will stop blackmailing. But guess what happened? It got worse and worse. And guess what happened even now? He went online and he literally said, after I had to leave for my visa, that I abandoned my child. I abandoned my child. No, I abandoned myself, staying through all of the bullshit for my child. I want to say to every single woman, if a man is blackmailing you with your child, give them the child. Let these men be single parents. We need to stop doing what our mother has done, what our grandmother has done. My mother stayed for 25 years with a man, let herself get abused because she was scared of the children being taken.
Wait, I thought didn't she leave him? She said the father of her child. Didn't she leave him? Why was she what what the hell was he doing? I I don't even follow because she's like she's yelling at me, bro. I don't do well when they yell. I just get so distracted by their energy that I don't really pay attention to what they're actually saying.
If I don't do this, then he's gonna take my child. I had given birth and I was in a country where I didn't have all of my rights. I didn't
Why did you give birth in a country where you didn't have all your rights? And that was your first mistake. Why don't you just have a why don't you have your why don't you have your kid in a country where you have all your rights? Seems like that would probably be the smartest decision. What the hell are you doing? Would you go on vacation and then like give birth? Weird. Does anybody know what the hell?
Didn't have my family, and this guy basically decided to blackmail me with my child. If I don't do this, then he's gonna take my child. If I don't do this, then I'm gonna get deported.
What? What was he saying? If you don't do this, if you don't do this, do what? What was he saying specifically? I hate it when they're so vague, man. If you don't do this, I'm gonna take your child. If you don't do this, I'm gonna get deported. Blah 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 blah. What exactly? I mean, still not right. But I'm just curious.
And I was constantly thinking, okay, let me just try to be nice and choose to pay for everything and do everything this guy asks so he will stop blackmailing. But guess what happened? It got worse and worse. And guess what happened?
Yeah, do you know it's kind of how blackmail works. That's blackmail's not really like a thing you like get out of by doing. If the threat is always there, then you don't ever get out of it by doing what they want, bending to their wishes. You have to remove the actual threat. So, yeah, that's kind of how blackmail works. Blackmail doesn't go away when they're like, "Hey, if you don't do this, I'm going to take your kid away." And you're like, "Okay, I'll do it." Well, no, like he can blackmail you again now. He can do it with something else. You would have to get rid of the threat, which it seems like that's kind of the point that she got to, which is she just gave him her child and said, "You know what, fuck you." So he didn't have power over her. Yeah, it seems like they're both kind of crazy. I mean, for a guy to do that to her is insane. For her to, I mean, you shouldn't be in a country having birth where you don't have all your rights. That was a mistake. I mean, that was basically the. We're told that women make great decisions, but what kind of decision is that? You led yourself into this situation. What are you doing? This would have none of this would have ever happened if you would have just had your child, just given birth to your child in your country of where you have all your rights, whatever country that is. But it seems like that was basically just your one and final and only mistake that caused this whole thing to happen. But how am I only like a minute into this video and I've already basically like solved this shit for her? Because you're a fucking idiot. I gotta get some decaf coffee. I gotta get some decaf coffee here. I'll be right back. Yeah, I don't want to hear nothing about no decaf, bro. Don't be talking about my decaf. Don't be talking about my decaf, bro. Bro, it's 8 o'clock at night. I'm not gonna drink some fucking caffeinated coffee, bro. I'm sensitive to caffeine. I'm hella sensitive to caffeine, bro. I'll be awake until 4 or 5 in the morning. It's crazy. That'd be nuts. It's not my fault you guys have literally like you've fried all your dopamine receptors. Like coffee doesn't even do anything to you anymore. Like, well, you're all fucking crazy and you're in a live stream chat.
Even now, He went online and he literally said, after I had to leave for my visa, that I abandoned my child.
You had to leave for your visa. She doesn't sound like she's making all of good decisions. But
I abandoned my child. No, I abandoned myself, staying through all of the bullshit for my child. I want to say to every single woman, if a man is blackmailing you with your child, give them the child. Let these men be single parents. We need to stop doing what our mother has.
I don't think this is happening that much. You're talking as if this is like a common thing. I don't think that this is really happening that much. I could be wrong, but
has done, what our grandmother has done. My mother stayed for 25 years with a man, let herself get abused because she was scared of the children being taken. I will not be blackmailed with my own child that I almost died putting on this earth. I don't want my son to grow up and think that it's okay to treat women like this, that it's okay to blackmail women like this. So if you're a mother right now, and I've seen so many DMs of women of like, I'm being blackmailed, and by the way, the system doesn't protect us. Court system, you will go to court, you will lose all of your money for years and years, and they will still not give you the child. Even if they give it to you, these men will not help you with child support. So guess what? How do we break this whole cycle that our ancestors all had to repeat? We break it by saying it ends with us. That makes
okay, anybody who's this angry? Anybody who is this angry, bro, they're just not rational. Like they're just not thinking like rationally. They're not thinking clearly. She said like so many things in this that are just they're just claims that just you like not even sure are true. But yeah, she's clearly very angry. Anybody who's this angry is clearly just thinking they're letting emotion cloud their judgment. But crazy. You know, you think you'd be smart enough to not end up having a woman who gives dating advice, gives relationship advice, is preaching to all these women about, self-help, what you should do to be like a great, powerful, like amazing woman, right? Choose yourself and walk away, all this stuff. I see all these videos, how to detach and demand respect, confidence and delusion is all you need. It seems like a woman who does all this you'd be able to make a better decision. You wouldn't end up in a situation like this. You wouldn't end up in a situation where you are giving birth in a country in which you don't have all your rights with the father of your child who cheated on you while you were pregnant with his child, who's blackmailing you with your child, forcing you to apparently choose yourself and walk away from your child. It just seems like a bit ironic, just a bit. Seems like maybe this wouldn't be the woman to listen to. I mean, there's a lot of women out there, and like this hasn't happened to them. They're not making videos, and they don't have 8.5 million subscribers on YouTube. They seem to be able to avoid the whole being pregnant with a man's child who cheated on you while you were pregnant and then blackmailed you right after you gave birth in a country in which you had no rights, forcing you to abandon your child and get on a video and act like a crazy person. There's a lot of women that just they've avoided that one, kind of skirted that one. So, and they're not giving advice on YouTube. Just a little interesting, in my opinion. But let's keep going.
This world full of single dads. You know how many men were bullying me every day? Oh, she's a single mom, she's a single mom. Oh, men that have single moms themselves. They don't appreciate the effort that you put in. Let these fathers raise them. Why are we always putting ourselves in these situations where these men can just walk away for nothing? You as a woman, you are not just sent to this earth to be a mother. You are not just sent to this earth to be a wife. You are a powerful woman. Stop giving your power away to these men.
Don't be a mother. Don't be a wife. Just be a powerful boss bitch. Just be a powerful woman. Let the men raise the children. It's almost like they're stumbling into like a good decision almost. You know what? Give all the children away to the men. Let them raise them. Don't be a wife. Just go and do your own shit. It's almost like they just
Men, to stop giving your life away for these kids that tomorrow all are going to be just ungrateful. Hi guys, my name is and welcome back to my channel.
Whoa, that was a crazy energy shift. That's a crazy energy shift, bro. I'm scared. That required no penetration whatsoever. That energy shift was penetrationless, and that still fucking scared me to death. If you guys know what I'm referencing to, it's my previous live stream where we watched a video on penetration and how it's basically like the devil, like dangerous and not good. Basically, this woman was making the point that we should just do away with penetration altogether, basically. I'm paraphrasing. I could be putting words in her mouth, but it seemed like that was the only solution really to all the things she was saying, is just to get rid of penetration, because there's an energy shift in a man when he has sex with a woman. There's an energy shift. Yeah. Yeah. She says something crazy here.
Earth to be a mother. You are not just sent to this earth to be a wife. You are a powerful woman. Stop giving your power away to these men. To stop giving your life away for these kids that tomorrow all are going to be just ungrateful.
She's already talking about. Are you talking about your kid that way? You just gave birth to him. Still like a baby. Oh, it's just gonna be ungrateful. The kid's just gonna be ungrateful. Just give it to the dad.
Hi guys, my name is and welcome back to my channel. Okay, let's get into it. First things first. First thing is, when someone holds something over your head, you walk away. Whether it's a friend, whether it's a boss, whether it's a relationship. Oh, I'm gonna leak your nudes. Oh, I'm gonna do this. Oh, do it. You show those people no fear. The only power they have over you is that you are scared. When you show these people, I am not scared of you, you will not abuse me, you will not use me, that's when they lose all of the power. Right now, my ex is begging me, texting me, oh, I want to give you your child, oh, now you want to, huh? Because you realize I don't give a fuck, and I never give a fuck. Another thing is, you better run away from people that are insecure and jealous. Listen, these jealous, insecure people will completely try to dim your light, try to humble you, and take every single soul or essence that you have, whether it's friends, colleagues, your relationship. Run away when you see that they're trying to compete with you, when you see that they're saying these slight comments of like, oh, you're not all that, oh, this and that. When you hear these things, run for the hills. These people will only get worse and worse. You cannot make these people feel secure in themselves. You cannot control this person. They will only get more insecure because they are triggered by you. There is nothing you can do. You can't sit there and say, I'm gonna change myself and then they will like me more. They want you to stop breathing. They don't want you on this earth. Your essence, you breathing, triggers them. You can't do anything but walk away. Well, I don't care who it is, you walk away from these people and you save yourself every single time.
There was a point where I felt like everything was just hitting me at once. My schedule was non-stop and my brain just wouldn't slow down. I felt stressed and honestly just stuck in survival mode. Starting therapy really helped me to take a step. Better help
you, especially onto women that have any privilege. This society's biggest enemy is a beautiful, successful woman that doesn't keep her mouth shut. I swear, you will have a spiritual warfare on you. These demons will unleash and try to bring you down. You need to understand these people are projecting. These people have no life and they will never accomplish anything. It's men that cannot be with you and it's women that cannot be you that will be your biggest enemies. You still have to walk. Whatever they say about you, they are projecting because they're talking about themselves. You are what you say I am. Other things, do not beef with people that have nothing to lose. These people have nothing to lose. They have no job. They have nothing going for themselves. That's why they're hyper fixated on you.
Are you projecting right now? That'd be my question. Are you talking about all these people right now? Are you projecting? Things that you think about other people? You just, are those just the things you think about yourself? I'm curious. It's always the other people that are projecting. It's never you.
And bringing you down because there's nothing going for them. You don't argue with them. You cut them off quickly.
I love the projecting thing, man. It's like almost the most laziest thing I've ever heard. It's like anything you say about me that I don't like, that's negative, right? You're projecting. You're projecting what you actually think of yourself, or like your own fears or your own insecurities or your own criticisms that you think of yourself, right? However, you notice that when you praise people, when you say positive things about people, when you say, oh, you're so great, you're so magnificent, you're so powerful, you make such great decisions, you're so beautiful, you're so smart, you're so witty, you're so unique, right? Notice how people do not accuse you of projection. They don't say, well, you're just projecting. The things you're telling me are just the things that you think of yourself. It's just interesting. Projection has to be one of like the laziest things that has ever come into being. It's like, it's basically just an excuse for like people just not to engage with criticism, right? Not to engage with people who disagree with them or have any sort of critique of them, or it's just an easy way of escaping all that and just instead attributing all of that to, well, these things are not true about me. What you're saying about me, if it's anything that's negative, it's not true about me. It's true about yourself. And you're just projecting. So, is accusing someone of projection projection? Is that projecting in and of itself? How would that work? Accusing someone of projection, would that be projecting itself? Would you be projecting and doing that? If you accuse other people of all the negative things they say about you, are not actually true, right? They're just things that they think of themselves, right? If you're saying that to another person, maybe that's just what you think of yourself, right? You think that maybe you're, I don't know, you can't take criticism. You can't, maybe you're scared that you can't handle criticism for other people. I don't know. I'm confusing myself, bro. I'm going down like a projection fucking loop. My brain hurts.
I need you women to understand, if you are a privileged, beautiful woman, it is dangerous for your life to engage with these people. Just now I saw this guy, makeup artist, Miss Venezuela. She was sitting and he takes a scissor and attacked her face with scissors. There's women throwing acid in other women's faces because she's beautiful. You guys don't understand how jealousy and hate will drive people to do the most insane things. Guard yourself with your life. What you can do with these people, if you have a lot of haters, bullies, whatever, is use their energy and you transmute. Energy is energy. It's not neither good, it's neither bad. It's just you being sent a lot of energy. And see, hater energy is very obsessive energy. It's not like just they're sending you love. No, it's like they're investigating and they're creating stuff. So they're like very, very deep into it. This energy is really good if you know how to transmute it. For example, you take this energy, you can always word your name. That's what I always do. Like I say that anytime my name is spoken, good or bad, I get more beautiful, healthier and wealthier, more protected. I say all of these things. So whenever someone speaks my name, I just get more blessings. And second of all, you use that energy to create something out of it. Create something, because anyways, if energy is being sent to you, your creation will get attention. When you create something, you can get more abundance out of it. Don't just sit there and victimize yourself. Never ever allow yourself to be a victim. People that are haters, people that are bullies, these.
We heard any of her being a victim in this? Does she seem like a victim? Is she claiming that things are done to her? That she's, well, maybe a victim is like, I'm helpless to this stuff. Maybe, because being a victim is not, being a victim is not just saying other people did you wrong and like talking about it, right? And like complaining about it, right? Being a victim is like, I can't do anything about it, right? I can't solve my situation. It's hopeless. I'll always, blah, 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 blah. Maybe that's more of a being a victim.
Are victims. They think that life is against them, whatever. People that take power back over their life, they never see themselves as a victim. I don't see any situation in my life that happened to me as like, oh, I was a victim. Maybe when I was a child and my father was abusing me, that's when I was a victim. When I'm older and stuff, no, I don't believe I'm a victim. I don't believe that, because at the end of the day, this situation was here to teach me something, to awaken me, and also I still have authority and power over my life. If I'm just a victim, that means that the other person has all the power and they don't. I can walk away. I can rebuild myself every single time. Another thing is, stand up for yourself. Do not allow these people to talk down on you. Do not allow these people to constantly bully you. Stand up for yourself. No one is going to do it. No one is going to come and be like, oh, I'm going to defend her. No, if you don't defend yourself, no one's going to defend you. Whenever someone comes to you with any weird energy, tell them, why do you talk to me like that? Like just now I had a situation.
Dude, if you're ever talking to me like this, I'm gonna say that exact thing to you. Why are you talking to me like this? Like, relax. Fucking just chill the fuck out. Take a Xanax. I know you got some in your purse. This is just too much. Her energy's wild, bro. Her energy is wild. I would just like, no, thank you.
With this guy, I went on a date with him, and he was like, "Oh, normal, whatever." And suddenly he just switched, and I swear these people are like demons that are possessing them. It's so weird. What's going on in my life is so spiritual. It's so weird to me. So like suddenly he switched, and he goes like, "Yeah, but you, for example, made all these women bitches." I was like, "Excuse me?" And then he's like, "Yeah," and it came out of nowhere. I
The guy you're
put
on a
this
date
guy
with?
in his place so fucking fast. He started trembling. He was so fucking scared. And I walked out of that date. Do not fucking talk to me like that.
He was so scared that you walked out? Maybe he was trembling because he was full of adrenaline and trying not to like knock you out or something. He was so scared that she walked out of the date.
stand by what I did. If these women are bitches that watch the Wizard List, let them be the biggest bitches ever. Men abuse, use, rape women, and when a woman comes online and says, let these men provide, or don't just be with these men for nothing, oh, then suddenly it's a problem. Then suddenly you guys are threatened. I'd rather be a bitch and an evil woman than a woman that gets used and abused every single day. When a man or anyone tells you that you are a good woman, you should take that as an insult, because in this world to
What? This is getting wild, bro. Yo, women are you cannot make this up, bro. Now they're gonna be like, they're gonna take offense if you call them like a good woman. They're gonna want you to call them a bitch. Like, so feminism fought for women to be like, to take being called a bitch as like a compliment. So women are gonna like demand in mass, look, call me a bitch. Like I want to be called a bitch. It's like it's like you call me good. He called me good the other day. Can you believe that? No way. No. Yes. He called me good. Yep. Oh my god. Oh my god. You have to leave him. You have to leave him immediately. He called me good. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry, girl. I'm so sorry that's what he thought of you. Whatever, I'm over it. He called me a good woman. It was going so well, though. He called you a bitch for like so long. I know. He called me a bitch for so long. And then one day he just called me a good woman. And I just couldn't believe it. I was just fucking floored. I can't take it. I can't take it. Girl, I'm so sorry. So sorry, girl. It's like, holy shit, man. They are like, you can't. I think it might get to a point. I don't know, bro. I mean, women can help themselves, surely, right? I guess the experiment's going to be run. It's being run right now. We're gonna see. We'll see if women can, how good women are on their own. I mean, I don't know, She has 8.5 million subscribers. She makes like a ton of money. So, isn't she the definition of success, right? Shouldn't all women aspire to be like her? It's all about how much. It's all about how many subscribers you have, and how much money you make as a woman. It's about how much money you make and how many subscribers, how much of a following you have. And I mean, we'll really see, man. We'll really see if they can. I mean, the world just might be full of women who just like just have all this money and all these subscribers, and they're just all online all the time. But they're all just like absolutely insane. Like they're mentally ill, and like the rest of the world is just kind of like rest of the world's like outside, and they're just kind of normal, like doing the normal things, and like basically just men, right? Men and like children are just like outside and doing normal things, going to events and stuff. And there's like maybe, I don't know, what is there, like 5% of women or something like that, like a very small percentage of the female population that is, with these men, and with the children, and they're outside and they're doing stuff, right? And then you have like the other like 95% of women who are just all just, you know, on OnlyFans, on Instagram, taking pictures, making videos constantly, making all this money. They're just all making tons of money online, right? And they're just completely like their mental health is just like deteriorating, just going like absolutely crazy. But they make money. Like they're the richest women like in history. They all like make millions of dollars, right? And I don't know. Maybe we'll live in a world like that. Where we all just like where like, I don't know, 80% of the male population and 5% of the female population, we all just watch the other 95% of women just on like crazy reality TV shows and like crazy YouTube channels and like on OnlyFans accounts and Instagram accounts and on the hub, and just like we just watch them all as they just go further and further into like, I gotta amass a following, and it's all about how many subscribers, and what it's all about, like how much money I'm making and all this attention that I'm getting online. And they just go and go and go, and they'll say whatever they gotta say, to get the most amount of views. And they just keep going and going, doing whatever, to get the most money and the most amount of views. And they're a boss bitch, they're a queen, they're on their and it's like, be interesting. It'd be an interesting world to live in. Maybe it's a possible, it's just one of the many possible roads we can take. Who knows? Who knows? I'm just saying it's possible. It's interesting to think about, but it's a hypothetical. I'm sure it won't happen, but never explain yourself since the 5 year says, from Stephen Baskerville's book, Fathers Are Way More Likely Than Mothers to Be Removed from Their Children's Lives and Subjected to Parental Alienation. Thank you, Never Explain Yourself. Donation. Yeah, I mean, I would think so. I would think so. I would think that women have a lot more power in the legal system, in the child custody system than the men do. But I'm sure women will now start to claim that isn't so. So we stop saying that about them. Because mothers receive primary custody in most contested separations, women initiate more than 2/3 of divorces, especially those involving children. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, that's what I thought. So, yeah, I mean, it only takes a quick. I mean, we should just like look it up, We should just look it up. Um, I wonder what the internet would say. Thank you for the 10 euros. Appreciate it. Okay, I'll put the I'll put the Pearl surrogacy one in on the list. Put it on the list. Pearl surrogacy and Olympic medal. Pearl surrogacy. Fuck it, should we just watch it?
Did you know that?
Okay, so there's this figure skater, right? And this figure skater is like, she's honestly an average looking Asian girl, but she's so feminine that she's just going, oh my God, these stupid ads. She's going viral because she's just this cute, young, like 18-year-old girl and or young woman, right? And honestly, I'd say she's a 6.5, but she's just so adorable and smiley and happy. This woman, this young woman, right? Until she was 16, she became she won like the world figure skating competitions, whatever. She won it at like 14, 15, 16. Then at 16, she decided to quit. And think about it. Well, how many mothers would let their daughter quit where if she said, hey, I don't want to do this anymore. I want to live a normal life. After her dad spent $1 million on her figure skating. This cute young like 18-year-old girl and or young woman, right? And honestly, I'd say she's a 6.5, but she's just so adorable and smiley and happy. This woman, this young woman, right? Until she was 16, she became she won like the world figure skating competitions, whatever. She won it at like 14, 15, 16. Then at 16, she decided to quit. And think about it. Well, how many mothers would let their daughter quit where if she said, hey, I don't want to do this anymore. I want to live a normal life. After her dad spent $1 million on her figure skating career. And then at 18, she said, I want to come back. And then she won gold. This is what happens when men raise children. They raise well-rounded. Like, does this look like a daughter that's like, think about this. She's going viral for being feminine when she did not have a mother. Okay. Alyssa Liu's dad spent nearly $1 million on her figure skating career. I spared no money. And I thought about it. Okay. So I looked it up. A donation, getting your own like egg or whatever, is about $60K. Megan, you sent me $100. Thank you. You shouldn't have, Megan. I didn't know I had a female fan that liked me enough to donate. That's crazy. Okay. Let's say you get $800 a month on child support and the woman leaves you when the kid's 5 times 13, that's $124,000. And it could be more, right? Or it could be less. The kid's like 60 grand when the kid's
What?
5 times 13, that's 124. I liked me enough to donate. That's crazy. Okay. Let's say you get $800 a month on child support and the woman leaves you when the kid's 5 times 13, that's $124,000. And it could be more, right? Or it could be less. The kid's like 60 grand up front. And you could get, I was thinking about this. I have a prediction that men that get surrogates are going to have better children, and we're going to see all these Elon Musk babies come out. Because in this society, no men have authority over their kids unless they're doing surrogacy, right? Oh my God. Like, look how cute this is with the dad. He has 5 kids. I didn't know he had 5 kids. What? Wait, hold on. Let me, there's a video. Oh wow, he did an interview. Okay, we're gonna watch it. Or is it for her? Maybe we could watch it. Fuck it, But I didn't know he had 5 kids. I was thinking about it. He probably was ostracized because 20 years ago, everybody, I'm sure, told him he was stupid for doing like a surrogate. And look who's laughing now. His kid is an Olympic gold medalist, feminine, and I bet she'll get married. Like, look at this cute. You can't tell me this kid doesn't look well rounded.
Shock is back. to the Singing Championship, final skater of the night. A world title hung in the balance.
Will I get demonetized? Does she get demonetized for this? Dude, I'm so scared of getting demonetized. I'm not gonna watch it. I'm not gonna watch it. I'll watch it later. I'll watch it later. Maybe she can afford to just get demonetized. I don't know. I don't know what's going on, but I'm not gonna get demonetized. I need all the money I can get, you know what I mean? It's kind of rough out here. Although I did see Yumiverse dropped another video, so we're gonna have to watch that. We're gonna have to watch that. Yumiverse. Men used to go to war. Should be good.
Hello, chat. So I've been seeing a lot of comments and videos recently, specifically on TikTok, which is, you know, the cesspool of the worst fucking people you've ever seen in your life. Anyways, I've been seeing a lot of videos that are like, men used to go to war. Men used to go to war, and now all they do is order pina coladas at the bar. And I've been seeing also a lot of videos that are like, you know, Mandarella over here. You know, men aren't men anymore. Men aren't masculine anymore. And I'm just, I don't like this kind of rhetoric in general because it seems regressive. Like, no, it is regressive. That's what I'll say. Because like, we can't argue that women should be equal to men, and then the second that men start to show like feminine qualities or any ounce of joy aside from like pumping iron and being violent, just like demonize that and be like, oh my god, Cinderella over here. Like, do you guys understand how fucking hypocritical that is? Like, that's fucking stupid. We can't act like that. And I think the same thing. I've made this video before where I think it's called he's not gay, he just doesn't like you, where I've noticed this trend of like women calling men gay because the men would reject them or they would treat them like shit, and they'd be like, "Oh my god, he must be gay." Like a man treating me like shit, he must be gay. There's no way that he just doesn't like me, or like, you know, there's no way that he like isn't, there's no way a straight man wouldn't be obsessed with me, so he like must be gay. Y'all are
Run it with muted music for safety? No, it's not. You don't know. The 60 minutes thing that she was watching, it was part of the video, right? Oh, do you want you think like closed captions or something? Closed captions? Maybe you think closed captions? I guess we could do closed captions. Okay. Yeah, we'll do it again. I'll do closed captions for you.
fucking weird for that. Y'all are crazy to Lulu crazy. That's very weird. But specifically with the men used to go to war, this isn't the eating that you thought it was, because like men used to go to war and die at the age of fucking 17, bro. Men used to go to war, and it's a good thing they don't have to go to this war because it's fucking pointless. Like, it's a good thing that men don't have to go to war anymore. It's a good thing people don't have to go to war and die anymore, because war benefits no one but the elite class in society. Like, war genuinely, and call me a pacifist. I'll gladly be a pacifist. There's genuinely no reason for all that shit. Like, I feel like whenever you historically look back at wars, it's always because of like ideological differences, or it was like literally feuds over land and resources that were masked as ideological differences. Like, it's like war is inherently pointless. Like, there's literally nothing is worth dying over. That's a very good thing. Why are we talking about war as if it was like the best thing ever? Like, bro, the reason why men used to treat women really well when they used to go to war was probably because they were like, oh fuck, I'm gonna go die. Like, I might never get pussy again. And so, and you know, maybe that's why they treated women well. Who the fuck knows? But like, this demonizing of men who show any feminine qualities ever, that's fucking weird. Like, people are calling them, oh, Mandarella, blah, 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 blah. But it also feels like they're picking and choosing when men are bad and when men are good, right? And this isn't me being a man defender. This isn't me being like, you know, a pick me or anything like that. It's just me being a rational, fair human being, bro. Like, I do feel like we can't ask for men to stop committing violence towards women, and we can't ask to be equal to men, and then at the same time like demonize anything that isn't a man being a violent, horrible person, right? And like, and the same qualities that people consider like masculine are like the same ones that they then demonize in other contexts, right? Like, you can't expect a guy to like pay for all of your shit and be a provider man and take care of you and like basically be the adult in any given relationship, and at the same time like be like, but we are equal to them though. Like, bro, the point of a relationship is that it's a partnership. You guys are like people say, like, you should marry your best friend.
It's almost like she's making sense. Seems very simple to me. Women struggle with this, though. They struggle to understand what she's saying. Seems very simple to me, and to many men. What she's said so far just makes sense. You know, just makes sense. Just logical, you know? Just kind of simple, just logical, you know? Nothing crazy. She's not saying anything crazy, you know? But you don't gotta convince the men. You gotta convince the women. I don't know who you're talking to, but you it's your kind you gotta convince.
Do I necessarily agree with that? No, because like I feel like that's kind of weird. Like, I don't think your partner should be your best friend. Like, you should have friends outside of that, obviously. But also, it's like you should marry someone who you genuinely can see yourself working with in like a harmonious partnership. And I genuinely feel like you can't do that when like they're infantilizing you. And I'm not saying that like a masculine man is someone who always infantilizes you, but the only context where I've seen masculinity in a man being I guess like platformed and being like, you know, praised as this like really, really good thing is like, oh, he pays for my stuff. And he basically does all the decision making in the relationship. Like, I don't have to plan anything ever. And he always reaches out to me and he always chases me. And it's like, bro, like you can't pick and choose when you want masculinity. You kind of just have to like, you kind of just have to compromise. Like, you do. It's like, bro. And also, right? Like, I don't want a brute masculine man anyways. And like, here's the thing. I'm not saying, and I know there are going to be comments that are like, she would fold for a 6'4" Chad any day. I'm not saying that I don't want a guy who goes to the fucking gym, because in my opinion, going to the gym is something you just do when you take care of yourself. I go to the gym. I want someone who goes to the gym, but I also want someone who can have a little fruity drink with me sometimes. Like, bro, I've seen TikToks where women will like record a random dudes on the subway who are like looking on their phone, and they'll be like, not a single one of them stood up for me. And I'm like, bro, like, why would they stand up for you? You got 2 legs. You have 2 legs. You're a healthy young person. Like, bro, why are you like, dude, it's so weird. It's so weird that y'all call men
Yeah, we're equal. Why would we stand up for you?
princesses and girls because they're like on the platform at the club or like sitting in a seat that they got to first. Like, bro, do you guys understand that that's like weird? Like, I don't think that you guys, it's not clocking to you. It's not registering to you. And this isn't me being a pick me, by the way. I'm just trying to give you guys.
It's crazy that she has to keep saying that. It's almost like, you know, I mean, men are not going to call you a pick me. She's like trying to, she's so concerned about what women are going to label her. You know, women are going to be like, oh, pick me. She's a pick me. She's a pick me. It's like women use this shame tactic against other women. It's funny. No man's going to call you pick me, but yeah, it's funny. Man, these women must be really wielding this pick me label. They must be swinging that thing around. Oh, you're a pick me. You're a pick me.
Some rational advice here, because I'm seeing so many videos where they're like, men are princesses, men want to be women nowadays, men aren't masculine anymore. You can't have it both ways. You can't have it both ways. But also, like, bro, like, I don't know, I kind of like a guy who's a little bit less masculine, and in the way that like he's not afraid to, like, I don't know, cry in front of me sometimes, or like he's, you know, openly affectionate and stuff like that. Like, I like those qualities in a man. Let's not demonize those, okay? Because like, you can't expect an emotionally open, like, vulnerable man and then also expect him to embody these like toxically masculine traits where like he never shows any emotion and plans everything for you. Like, I just feel like that's not realistic. But also, like, I've had friends before, you guys, and this is like very, very like, okay, I've had friends before, and like they will know, like, oh, I really want to try out this restaurant, right? And they'll match with a guy on a dating app, and they'll be like, they'll be planning a date, and he'll be like, oh, where do you want to go? And she'll be like, oh, like, you decide. And she'll be like, oh my god, I can't believe he didn't try to even plan anything. And then he'll come back with recommendations, and she'll be,
why does this subject keep popping up? This is like crazy, bro. Why is everyone talking about this? Why Vieta was talking about this? that rocker chick from yesterday's stream, she was talking about this. Who else was talking about it? Somebody. No, maybe it was just YV Edit. What the fuck? How is everyone talking about this? This is nuts. Is Yumi watching YV Edit? What the hell's going on here?
I've had friends before, you guys, and this is like very, very like, okay. I've had friends before, and like they will know, like, oh, I really want to try out this restaurant, right? And they'll match with a guy on a dating app, and they'll be like, they'll be planning a date, and he'll be like, oh, where do you want to go? And she'll be like, oh, like you decide. And she'll be like, oh my god, I can't believe he didn't try to even plan anything. And then he'll come back with recommendations, and she'll be like, no, 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 because she wants to internally go to this one restaurant. I'm like, bruh, just ask. Bruh, just ask. You could have saved like 30 minutes of fucking time. Like, what is wrong with being like, there's this restaurant I want to try, let's go. Like, why are you expecting him to plan everything if you know what you want and it's not what he's giving? Like, bro, if I knew that I wanted to try a Vietnamese place and this man was throwing 80 Italian restaurants in my fucking face, I'd be like, let's go try this Vietnamese. Like, bro, it's weird. It's weird. It's weird.
It is weird. It is weird. You see? You see what we're up against? You see what we're up against? It's kind of weird. It's crazy. At least at least there's someone. At least there's someone who gets it. Of the female species. It's crazy. It is. It is. You know? Yeah. This is what we deal with.
I feel like it's just like a waste of time. Like, who gives a fuck
is.
who's planning the day? I don't give a fuck. Like, I don't give a fuck. If I want to do something, I'll ask if we can do it. Like, it's really not that deep. And also, like, why are we talking about men going to war if it's a good as if it's a good thing? Like, that's what I can't get over. Like, bro, if there were a draft in the United States of America tomorrow and men got drafted, I would be like, none of you motherfuckers should go. I wouldn't be like, this will make them more masculine. I wouldn't be like, oh, men used to go to war and it's a good.
We should also consider why it is that you guys are not drafted. Why aren't you guys fighting for that? Why aren't you guys fighting for equality and being drafted for war? Also, how do we live in a patriarchy where the only people that go fight and die are men? Why are men the last ones off the Titanic? First ones in the rescue boats are the women and the children. It's almost like men have a lesser of a right to life than women. It's almost like that, isn't it? You would say that the most basic foundational human right is the right to exist, is the right to live, to breathe, the right to life. You would think that all of us, men, women, children, we are all equal in this right to life. If all men are created equal under God or whatever, if we're all the same, if feminism is claiming that we're all the same and equal rights, you would think that equal rights, the most foundational human right is your right to exist. But we're not even equal there. We're not even equal at the most fundamental human right, which is the right to live. We're not even equal there. And why would we? Man, what kind of patriarchy is like, yo? I mean, we'll be the ones who go die. Or you might say it a different way. You might say, well, maybe men were thinking, look, if since we're stronger, since we're more aggressive, since we have more anger, maybe we should go fight and die in wars. And as a trade-off for that, for women having the privilege, women and children having the privilege of not being sent in to die in wars and them being able to stay home, You think that maybe we would deserve some sort of, maybe there's some sort of service you guys could provide us, for this sort of sacrifice that we're doing. If we go and like make all the money and we go and we die in the wars and we do all the dirty and dangerous jobs, maybe it's almost like men were thinking we should split up roles here, maybe we'll do certain things and then you guys can help us out by doing other certain things and we kind of just help each other and service each other. It's almost like men were thinking something like that. But yeah, it seems women want to do away with that whole idea, that whole contract. But you have to understand, yeah, I mean, a lot of women just don't understand what they're asking for, the implications of what they're asking for. You want the same right to life as men? You want to be drafted into the military to go fight and die? Want to be on the front lines? Probably not. Again, they pick and choose, right? They pick the things that they want that serve them, equality where we want it, and privilege or difference, right? Different roles where it serves us, right? So it's just this constant oscillating, moving thing. It's constantly moving goalposts that you just can't. You gotta love it. You gotta love it. It's nice to hear just, just a woman can just kind of, flat out, just kind of say it. Thank you, Alex Xander Murray, for the £5. Yeah, she's not Latina, she's Asian. Yeah, what kind of Asian do you think she is? Do you think she's Korean? Do we think she's Korean, Chinese, or Japanese? Or maybe Vietnamese or Taiwanese or what's another one? North Korean? Surely not. Surely not. Yumi, what are you? What kind of Asian are you? What kind of Asian are you? My guess is Chinese. I don't know. I kind of take it back. Maybe Korean. I don't know, bro. You think Chinese? Yeah, somebody said Chinese. Yeah. Yeah. Vietnamese? Vietnamese?
Good thing, and they should go to war right now. I'd be like, none of you motherfuckers should go because this is a pointless war. Like, there's no reason for you to go aside from like, oh, maybe like slightly lower gas prices. Like, bro, it's crazy to me. And like, it's a disease. It is, because I see these TikToks get like millions of likes where people will be like, oh, men want to be women nowadays, and it'll get like millions of likes. Or like they'll be like, oh, the reason why dating is so hard is because all men just want to be princesses and want to get dolled up. It's like, bro, what's wrong with the guy who's dripped out? What's wrong with the guy who looks good, bro? Like, women, the reason why women look good is because they put a lot of effort into their appearance. You guys don't want men who look good? Like, what's wrong with men who look good? What's wrong with men getting a little bit dolled up? Like, would you rather date these crusty fuglies with unibrows, cavemen who don't shave their asses? I'm going back to the ass shaving because it's a hill that I'm
Why do you want us to shave our asses?
willing to die on. But like, I just don't understand. Like,
That's crazy. That's kind of gay. Why do you need to go back there? She's into butt stuff, bro. That's my guess. She's into butt stuff. She's trying to play with some male ass, bro. She's into butt stuff. That's my guess. What is your obsession with the male crack? The hairy crack? Chill with that, girl. All right. What's another one we can watch? Watch later. Oh yeah, we have to go back to surrogacy. Yeah. And put it on closed caption for never explain yourself. Oh, whoops. Everybody reading? This sucks.
Mother would nag you. All right, so she's got that little piercing, right? Now think about it. A mother would nag you into eternity and be like, and just nag you and nag. Like my mother nagged me into eternity about tattoos, and it was the biggest deal. If you ever did what she didn't want, do you think your dad likes that? No, but dads give kids the freedom to like make mistakes and learn from it.
Most high.
Surrogacy, you could just say, oh, the mother didn't want to be a part of the kids' lives, and that would be technically true. That would be technically true.
Child.
Is that what they mean by surrogacy? Technically true? This is really good, Gidris. Good stuff. I love to watch things on mute. Sure, everyone does. I cannot play this 60-minute clip because it's 60 minutes. It'll get demonetized. 60 minutes, things from television channels, things from anything. Any television channel, any actual like show from like a television show, it's getting demonetized like 100%. So I don't know what Pearl's doing. I don't think Pearl really cares, maybe. Because she's taken like, this is a clip, right? This is a clip. I think maybe I don't know. I don't know how she's getting away with this, but she has 2 million subscribers, so I'm sure she's doing something. I'm not fucking doing this, bro. This is terrible. I'm not doing this anymore. What are we at? 2 hours? Oh, can I drink a beer on stream? Can I drink a beer on stream? Probably drink a Guinness or something. Sure I can. I'm gonna go get a Guinness. I'll be right back. Oh, okay, yeah, we can watch that. They say it's best enjoyed in a glass, so I don't actually have like a glass, so I just have my blender bottle cup, so just drink it out of that. Blender bottle. Not sponsored. All right, I was sent another video here, so what's this one called?
What's up YouTube, it's me Gabe, back with another video. Today we're gonna be doing a 20v1 with a special guest. Some of you guys may know her from TikTok, from her TikTok lives. You wanna go ahead and introduce yourself?
Hey, it's Ash. I am from Ennis, Texas, and I am 36 years old.
How you feeling, Ash? You excited?
I'm excited and nervous.
You're nervous? Why are you nervous?
I don't know. I just like,
feel like
this is something that I've never done before.
Yeah.
So it's like a first time experience.
Yeah.
But
Do you think you're gonna find the love of your life tonight, or maybe just a one night stand? How you feeling?
probably not the love of my life, but we'll see.
Yeah, we'll see where it goes.
We'll see.
All right, let's get it started.
It's nice to meet you.
Hi, Ash. Nice to meet you.
I'm 21. I go to college right now. I'm studying to be an aerospace engineer. And then I grew up in Los Angeles, California.
You feeling
So,
Yeah.
so that's
Hi.
Hi, how you doing?
I'm good. How are you?
Good, good. My name's Carlos. I'm 24. I'm actually from Washington and soy músico.
Sorry. Hello.
Hola,
How are you?
me llamo Chino Lok y yo tengo 27 años y yo soy de Portland, Oregon y yo soy un influencer, yo hago videos. A huevo que sí.
That's good. Left.
Left? All right.
I don't know who he is. I don't even know his name.
Oh,
How are you?
meet you.
Nice to meet you.
Christian, 22, and I'm from LA. I'm a finance major.
Oh, wow.
Yeah,
Nice to meet you.
nice to meet you.
Left. Guys, I feel so bad. Hi.
Hello.
Nice to meet you.
Yeah.
She's swiped, or she's declined 2 guys that, I mean, all of these guys are out of her league. This is crazy.
Ash.
She's gonna accept him. He's green. He's green.
Damn, I forgot. Name. My name's Eric. I'm from here, Boulder Valley. I'm 27, and what do I do for a living? I do some online things. I do social media.
Okay. Nice to meet you.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, of course. Doesn't even matter what he does. He's like, what? He's like, what do I do for a living? Just make some shit up. You don't even have to do anything for a living, bro. She wouldn't have cared.
I'm good. How are you?
I'm good. I'm from LA. My name's David, and I own my own plumbing company, and I'm 21.
Right.
Is it?
Nice.
That's it?
Yeah.
I'll be back.
He said I'll be back.
How's it going?
Hi.
How's it going? My name's Asder.
Nice to meet you.
Oh,
My
it's
name-
red. Nope. It's a no-go. Even though, I mean, this is kind of... He's still probably out of your league, but...
Asder, my age, 21. What I do for a living? I stream and I like make crypto content. It's
Okay.
like you like crypto?
I've never.
Like Bitcoin, Ethereum, shaking ass?
Oh, see.
Nah. I'm just saying. I had to break the bubble. I had to break the bubble. See, she laughing.
Laugh.
Laughing. Already? Damn, bruh. I guess you don't like black niggas. No, I'm cooked. Oh, fuck.
What's good?
Hello.
Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you.
My name's Ramsey. I'm 23. I stream for a living. I used to try.
They should be together. This looks kind of perfect right here. This is about equal right here.
Ramsey. I'm 23. I stream for a living. I used to trap a little bit and shit, but I keep that shit on the side. I really just stream, and I got into like the OF industry and it got bad. But that's all I've been doing. Just a little bit of that, but yeah.
Left. Where's Kate?
Hey, how you doing? I'm Hugo.
Nice to meet you.
I'm 26. Well, I'll be 26 next week. And then I do just TikTok battles.
Nice to meet you. Right. Hi.
Shavino. I got this for you.
Oh, thank you.
My name's Arad.
Nice to meet you.
I'm 18 years old.
Left. Left. You're too young for me.
No.
No, you are.
Multi-millionaire.
I don't care. You're
6
too
inches
young.
and thick.
You're
Lost
too
my best
young.
friend last week.
You're too young.
But nah, you an older guy.
Yeah. Hello.
Good. Hi. One more. Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you.
I'm 21.
Is this staged, man? Is this staged? You tell me to watch. Is this staged? That seems like they fucking know each other. I don't know. That seems staged.
I'm a crypto millionaire. I rug pull people for a living.
What is that?
I make them buy my coins and then I sell it on them.
Pretty cool, pretty cool. Left.
What did he say?
I make them buy my coins and then I sell it on them. Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you.
I'm 21. I'm a crypto millionaire. I rug pull people for a living.
I rug pull people for a living? There's nothing on this fucking laptop, bro. Why did you just show her a blank laptop? Says you're a crypto millionaire. There's nothing on this screen.
I'm a crypto millionaire. I rug pull people for a living.
People for a living. This can't be real, bro. This can't be real. This is a bit. This is a bit. I'm a crypto millionaire. He just shows a blank laptop that doesn't even work, probably. I rug pull people for a living. What does that mean? What does he say? I sell coins and dump it on him.
What is that?
I make them buy my coins and then I sell it on them.
Make them buy my coins and then I sell it on them, yeah. What if she goes green? She swipes right.
Pretty cool, pretty cool. Left.
Okay.
Hi.
Hi, my name's Isaiah. I'm 20 and I'm from LA.
Definitely right.
Right?
Yes.
Thank you.
You're welcome. See you later.
See you later.
What was that? You guys know each other or something?
No.
You guys already had history.
No. It just makes sense on why I have that name tattooed on me.
Wait, really?
Yeah.
You have his name tattooed on you?
Not his, but yeah.
Oh,
it's the name.
there was Isaiah before.
Yeah.
Hey.
Hi.
What the fuck?
My name's Tommy. I'm 27. I do motivational content, help you overcome anxiety, and yeah.
Left.
Why does everybody do content?
Hello.
Hello.
Angel, nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you.
Yeah, I'm 22. I'm from Dallas and I'm an investment fund manager.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
Left.
No. That's a lie. That's a lie.
Hello.
How are you?
All these dudes are lying about what they do.
I'm doing well. How you doing?
Good.
What the fuck? Why are you bringing all this? This is bullshit. This is a bit, bro. Obviously, you wouldn't carry these things to meet her. What the hell?
What's good?
What the hell is this garbage?
It's going.
Shit, where's the studio? I thought this was a studio cookup.
No.
It's not a studio cookup? Damn, I got here. My homies was like, pull up to the studio. So shit, that's my bad. I apologize. Shit. All right,
Bye.
well, yeah. Have a good one.
Hello.
How you doing?
Nice to meet you.
Savala. Nice to meet you. Yeah, I'm Savala. I'm 20 years old. And
Left.
I do. You didn't let me finish.
Okay, go ahead.
And I do like social media and stuff. Yeah. I feel like you really like me.
Yeah. Okay. Well, left.
Like
left.
not even a chance.
Bye. Left. Thank you. You're going the wrong way.
All right. You sure about that?
Left.
All right.
Hello.
Hi, my name is Edwin. I'm
Nice to
20.
Is this DK? When did he get out of jail?
DK, I'm Edwin.
Do you have my bail money?
What you mean? You never.
Left. Left. He owes me.
What the hell am I watching? What the hell am I watching? How does she know these? I'm done with this shit. I'm done with this shit, bro. I'm done with this shit. I get angry, bro. I get angry. People will have me watch like the weirdest fucking shit, bro. I'm already tired of watching women. Oh. Maybe I'm just not a streamer, Maybe I'm just not a streamer, guys. Maybe I'm just not that good at this, I don't know. My brain's fucking cooked. It's fried. I don't know if I can keep doing this. Maybe I'm cooked. Maybe I'm cooked. You're a streamer, chill? No. I don't know, dude. I don't know. I don't know. Come one with the slop. Just keep talking. Don't even matter what you say, dog. We love you. Preach. Preach. I don't know, man. Maybe I'm just tired of watching women. I want some regal shaman, maybe. Future goat streamer potential. You guys are glazing me. You guys are glazing me. No screen presence. Boy, you are a streamer, but you have low energy. It's not that I have low energy. It's just you don't have energy for things. You're not. I don't know. Things have to be. I mean, I would do this, but things have to be. I'm not begging for money, by the way. I'm not like telling you guys like you have to donate to me or anything like that. But for me to do this, I need to have it make financial sense. Cause I don't know. Oh boy. Stop donating to me. Don't just donate to me because you feel bad for me or because you. Thank you, but stop. Thank you for the $20. Astrale. Duscus. Upper pint of pint in a Guinness glass. Yeah. Hey man, a glass is a glass. Even if it's plastic. Should probably start posting videos again. Well, should we keep watching some stuff, maybe? Maybe we just keep watching some stuff. But not women, though. I'm tired of women. Watch some Regal Shaman. Learn from the shaman.
This new moon, we're going from Taurus into Gemini, which means that a lot of the mental plane is going to be activated or amplified even more so than it already was. And Taurus was more of a grounding energy, so a lot of people for the last few days might have felt this more like need for grounding. And now we're going to be moving into where whatever is going on in your life right now, it's going to be amplified. So it's best to...
That's unfortunate. So I'm making no money at the moment, so that's about to be amplified. Fuck. I'm depressed. So my depression's about to be amplified? Fuck. I thought shamans gave you good news. God damn it, Regal Shaman.
If you want to focus on having your dreams be destinations rather than just wishes, then focus on your dreams and embodying the dreams and really feeling what you need to do in the spirit of the time so that you can see your dream as a destination. And the new moon energy right now, I think a lot of people are going to lose their minds for the next few days. I mean, it's just the people that are already NPCs or non-player consciousnesses, they're going to be the ones who are
Why did he change that term? Why did he change that term? Non-player consciousness. Conscious, what does he say?
already NPCs or non-player consciousnesses.
Consciousnesses. Non-player consciousnesses. Why did you change that, bro?
They're going to be the ones who are going to be first to really
Never explain yourself since the 2 euros says, you know, a male space. I suggested them chat with you. No, I don't know. I don't know who they are. A male space. No, they haven't chatted with me.
disclose how chaotic and disorganized and just really not there or here. They're neither here nor there. They are nowhere. And not the good kind of nowhere where there's nowhere to stand. Because you will get to that point in your spiritual practice where eventually there will be just no
spiritual practice. You guys doing any spiritual practice? I ain't practicing no spiritual stuff. I don't have a spiritual practice. Maybe that's the problem. Spiritual practice. We talk about practice. I ain't practicing nothing spiritual, man. I don't got no practice.
nowhere to stand. The only place that seems reasonable to stand is in
Isn't living just a spiritual practice?
nowhere. But yet, when you stand in nowhere, you stand in everywhere.
I mean, the rest of
And
it's
sandwich. We have to be mindful of the ways in which we're telling ourselves certain things, because that's going to be either the antidote to a lot of unnecessary suffering is going to be our narrative structures, or it's going to bring a lot of unnecessary suffering. And so it can be kind of challenging to discern you know, exactly what's bringing about any unnecessary suffering if you're not fully like noticing whatever narrative structure that you have. But here's the thing that we all have to accept is that once you recognize the narrative structure, it doesn't mean that it has to be bad or that it has to be good. It's just that we can see the pattern convergences that are happening astrologically.
Does anybody know what he's saying?
Or just in our everyday life. I'm not really particularly a fan of tarot. I see it as a great utility, but it's not really my method. Like, I definitely see how it can be of utility, but I see them as like preconceived amalgamalities. Is that the right term? That's the term that's coming to mind.
No,
So
that's not a word,
they
bro.
are these ways of being in which
Amalgamalities? Amalgamate? Yeah, you can't just make that like a new word. Amalgamality? It's not a word, bro. Amalgamate is. So sick of it.
they're not fully going to give you like the fluidity of life itself. They're really more set in stone, but they can be very useful. It's definitely also like astrology, and make no mistake, the destiny that we all have is written in the stars, but time will tell the story of the theme generally, but the ways in which these things go about is up to us. I mean, we can express this however we want to express it. And so I've seen enough data and enough evidence, because I do see that there's not only utility in merging science with the occult or the esoteric or the religious or spiritual. I'm not religious, but I am ritualistic. And so I do see that there's value there. And I do see that there's value and utility in merging those two. But what I don't see value or utility in is insisting upon a method that keeps you stuck in this time loop. If you're ever in a time loop, you've let the system become you rather than you utilizing the system. The system is now just transporting you as a tool. And so this is something to just take note of when it comes to any type of system. And that's why one of the reasons why I do what I do is to help people get out of systems. It's a system to help create systems to get out of systems. That's really the main.
He's just he's on some other shit, man. I don't know, man. I always love watching him because I never know what the hell he's saying, bro. I've never understood anything he's ever said. And it's just great. He just keeps on going. Because you can tell that he understands what he's saying. But nobody else does, you know.
That I have that seems to be the only objective worthwhile. There's really nothing else to do. It's not even like it's an objective as in it's like something that I desire to do. It's just that this is something that seems to be the case in which when we orient ourselves in this way, better things tend to follow from acting these things out. So what I see as the best path to take is just the path of no path. It's the philosophy of no philosophy. It's just the way. I mean, Christ said that he is the way, the truth, and the life. Depending on how you see that, you can see it as him saying, well, I am the way, the truth, and life. Like, he's just being straight up, because the individual is the only thing that truly exists as far as we know. Like, everything has to come from lived experience. And if it comes from quote unquote outside of us, we don't even take it to be as real until we experience it for ourselves. And so, for example, like a scarcity mindset, you don't even know what abundance feels like until you've let go of that scarcity mentality, and then you see that abundance is just your natural default state. You were just convinced that scarcity was what it was before. So, and it's not that you were convinced of this, it's just that you were convinced because of what you were taught. Fear is taught, all of these. Okay, so here's the thing, right? There's an infinite amount of positivity, there's an infinite amount of negativity in the universe. You get to decide where you place your attention. It's not to say that we ignore the suffering of others. It's to say, like, well, what exactly do you want to focus on? Because in my estimation, how we do things is just as important as what we're doing. Now, some people don't always see that the case. Some people just want to see results. And I've worked with multimillionaires who, in the course of our sessions, they don't give a rat's behind what exactly is going on. And I totally respect that. They're just, let's make quick decisions and let's make quick, good decisions. Boom, 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 boom.
Who here thinks he's worked with multimillionaires?
If this is going to save me time, let's do it. That's the way that multimillionaires plus think. They buy time. Okay, that's what they're buying, is time. Whereas people who are in more of a scarcity mindset, they try to buy things rather than time. Because the wealthy person knows, and I'm speaking about materialistically, because you might be spiritually rich, but you're using a lot of that spirituality richness as a form of escapism. You're using the same thing for what the material wealthy person is doing for the physical world to avoid their spiritual domain. You're using the spiritual domain to avoid the physical. So there's a balance that we have to have here, and there's this reconciliation that must take place so that we may be more whole as beings. So really the proclivity that we have to notice certain things about how to invest our time, see, that's a big frame difference that I discovered and learned just a couple years ago. Was, if I could invest my time rather than save my time, or invest my time rather than spend my free time. Because think about that. Have you ever heard about that? Like, oh, how do you spend your free time? It's like, I don't spend my free time. I invest it. I invest all my free time. Because now we all have free time. Like, time for me is free. But not in the sense that you might think about it. I don't mean free in the sense that, this is going to be the only time that I have ever, and so we have to protect our time. It's like, well, yes, we do have to protect our time, but we also have to recognize that, like, we're always going to be doing the best that we can, and we have to find that balance between ambition and stagnation, to have contentment, but also to have the utmost respect for who it is that we want to embody in ourselves and why we want to do that. So this new moon energy, the new moon is always a great time for, and if you've been seeing this channel and following along this channel for the past couple of months, since I started this in March of this year, so it's been 3 months since I started this channel, and I've been doing full moon and new moon videos pretty much every cycle. And one of those reasons is for myself, so that I can see the astrological video journal, you could say, through time, and go back in time and look at what sign was what. See, so in the regal timeline theory, there's 3 forms of time. There's watch time. He's also come up with his, he has a theory. He has a timeline theory called the regal timeline theory. Also written a book. Getting Terrence, what is it, Terrence Howard? Getting Terrence Howard vibes from this dude. Event time and individual time. If you take away watch time, you basically take away the calendar. I just can't listen to this fucking shit.
New video. I went to Arby's today, and Arby's, and got their new, I think, brisket sandwich, and smoked brisket sandwich, something like that. The chopped brisket sandwich, and I'm gonna read it right quick. They also had a pork one. I think this is the beef one. Came with some sweet barbecue sauce.
You hear how quickly he's breathing at rest? Wait, you guys probably can't hear that. Yeah, you probably can't hear that.
Yeah, I'm gonna put that on there.
Get it, big fella.
There's it right here, you can see it.
A nice pink shirt you got on there, man. What's this? He's trying to quit smoking or something?
All that barbecue on that brisket. Try this out and review it.
Dude can get 40K views on this fucking shit. Regal fucking shaman, bro, was coming up with a new timeline theory and telling us about the new moon and the old moon and the middle moon. He's like trying to crack the secrets to the universe. The dude gets 1.2K views on that fucking video. This dude eats a fucking Arby's sandwich, gets 40K views. Who's smarter?
Oh, man.
Eat that shit, bruh.
Chopped beef, brisket, sandwich from Arby's. Try that.
You got a napkin? No? No napkin. Not needed. I think he likes it.
A little tough.
I wouldn't expect that.
It's alright. Tastes like brisket. Smoked brisket.
That's good.
Arby's doesn't have any smokers, so I'm trying to see how it's smoked brisket. But yeah.
Great question.
It's alright. Barbecue tastes like barbecue sauce.
It's almost like they smoked it before and then froze it. What do you think of that? Or it just has smoked flavor on it? What do you think?
Now it's something I'll go back and get again. Let's see, get another bite.
Looks like there's no structure to that.
Pickle. Taste the pickle.
Andy K sends the $20. Says, hope this is enough for a vid rec. David Foster Wallace, unedited interview, 2003, just the part at 45:15 tennis. That is enough. That is enough for a vid rec. We can do that. We can do that. We can do that, my son. We'll do that after this. Oh, wait. What is it? Unedited interview? It might be a 60 minutes interview. I mean, I'll probably get demonetized for it, but...
Pretty good.
If I get demonetized... I don't know. I don't know what I do. We'll check it out.
Tender. Tastes like brisket. But the rated probably 10 out of 10, probably out of 7 out of 10.
7 out of 10.
5 out of 5, probably 3. Probably a 3 out of 5.
Sure.
Try it out. Bobby's new smoked chopped beef brisket. And they got pork version. And, yeah. If you want to try it out, see how it tastes, and you can try it out. At Arby's. It's a local Arby's. And, yeah. It's a quick video. Just reviewing Arby's new brisket sandwich. Don't forget, like, subscribe, comment on my channel, and thanks for watching.
He needs to be on the Food Network, man. He needs to have his own show on the Food Network. Let's get him on the Food Network. Chakeka Kake. Yeah, I can't watch a Key and Peele skit. Classy Dog. Yeah. Can't watch that. Honk's right. Comedy Central, it's not. Can't do it. What does the world come to? Watching someone eat is now our entertainment. Gotta love it, right? Gotta love it. Liquid smoke. Fire slap. All right, David Foster Wallace. Foster Wallace. ...2003 interview. 60 minutes or what? Manufacturing intellect. I might get away with this. Maybe. What is this? This is the full unedited interview David Foster Wallace gave to German television station ZDF in 2003. I'm sure I'm fine. I'm sure I'm fine. 45:15.
Yeah, that's exactly the dilemma.
Yes.
That's exactly it. Just that is different, but the topic is different now. So the Infinite Jest takes partly place in a tennis academy. So and you I read have been a tennis player, a quite good tennis player.
A somewhat good tennis player, not a quite good tennis player. No, I played a lot as a kid. Yes.
And then you said once, well, tennis is a little bit like chess and like boxing. It's I don't know if it's a combination of the two or if it's, but you somehow related the three together: tennis, boxing, and chess. So what makes tennis so special? Sorry.
Well, if you're asking why it's in the book, the reason it's in the book is it's the one sport I knew well enough to be able to try to talk about why it was beautiful. And it's also a sport that has to do with two very bounded spaces and sending stuff back and forth between them, which has other stuff to do with the book. I think tennis is a very, very beautiful sport because it's very abstract and geometrical, and tactical like chess, and it's also very, very physical. There's a lot of running. You get very tired playing. I don't know about the boxing thing unless that it's just usually one person against another person. But it's...
And with chess?
Well, if you're really interested, really good tennis players, like really good chess players, are always thinking 4 or 5 moves ahead. Actually, this was something that some of the German players who were superstars in the 90s were something very good at doing. Boris Becker didn't just come up and hit an ace. What Boris Becker, and I think he'd learned this from McEnroe, was really good at hitting a forcing serve that made you hit a weak return that let him come into the net and put the next shot away. I mean, so that everything is being thought of ahead. But it's also very combative. You and I are playing. If I win, you lose. I'm trying to beat you. Very individual. I don't feel like this is making any sense at all.
It does.
Okay.
I'm sorry, but I have
No.
it does.
Okay, fine. Well, you can run some sort of editing magic.
Yeah, sure, but I don't have to.
Very combative. I win, you lose. Yeah, every single point, yeah. Yeah, I guess that's kind of interesting. Because, like, something like boxing, like, where you can hit a guy in the face, and he's not going to feel like he lost the... He's not going to feel like he lost the fight, you know, he gets hit. You know, the fight doesn't end until it ends, you know. But tennis, it's like... It's a weird thing, because you lose over and over and over again all the time. Like, you lose points, like, all the time. It doesn't really feel the same when, like, in basketball or in football, when, like, another team scores on you. Number one, it's a team sport, so it's never individual, right? Team sports are just different. But when it's an individual type sport, something like, I guess, UFC or like boxing, or what else is like an individual sport? Something like, well, swimming can be, track and field, something like that. But it's almost like those things are time based, you know, it's like time. You're trying to win. It's about achieving a certain time in track and field and in swimming, right? In racing, it's just you're trying to beat the other person. But again, it's not over until like the race is over, until you've done the entire race, right? It's over when it's actually over. Nobody loses until they lose finally, right? You don't lose until you lose finally. Whereas in tennis, it's a little different because you can somebody wins and somebody loses a point every single point, and there's tons of points. So it's like, and it's just one-on-one, and there's no clock. Tennis doesn't have an expiration. You're not saved by the clock, right? So the only way to win is to actually beat your opponent. Like, you have to. It's never over until it's over, which is another beautiful thing about tennis. There's no clock. There is no time. So you can't get saved by that. Oh yeah. Yeah, it's a pretty brutal sport. Pretty brutal. I mean, even in like boxing and like UFC, you're hitting someone, but they kind of always feel like you hit someone like, oh damn, like he fucking hit me. All right. Like you just go right back at him, right? Adjust your tactics, whatever. The fight's still going on. You still got a shot, right? The fight's not over. Like, you're still in it. You know what I mean? There's no sense of losing all the time, right? There's no sense of like, oh, I lost that and he won that all the time, over and over and over and over and over again. I mean, I guess you can say the same thing about like something like ping pong. Although ping pong is a little different because it's probably not as physical. But individual sports are tough. Especially 1v1. Individual sports where it's 1v1, those are tough. And, where it's like skill based, you know what I mean? Even in chess, you're not losing. You're not losing until you actually lose, right? You're not losing until like the clock runs out, or you get checkmated, or you draw it, or you resign, or something like that. It's not over until it's over. Like, you'll feel like, oh damn, like I'm pressured here, like I'm really losing, but like I can still pull this out, you know what I mean? You're not like losing you're not losing like definitively. Like, oh, you lost that point, I won that point. Like, it's not. So it is interesting. It's an interesting sport. I don't think I've really ever thought about that, but didn't this dude kill himself?
But there's also something about, it's also combat at a distance. In boxing, the two bodies are very close to each other. There's something a little colder about tennis, which is I'm trying to beat you, but you're 75 feet away from me, and what's traveling between us is just this small thing. There's something more abstract about it, which is a little bit more like chess.
Yeah.
And what you also said is more mathematical, right?
Are you talking about the essay that talks about calculus and
No.
tennis?
Maybe I didn't understand it, but it was when is it Mario who talks to this guy who from his name?
You think he got pussy? Do we think David got puss? Yeah, mental illness related suicide. He definitely seems, I don't know, troubled a little bit.
His name is Stick.
Schnitt.
Stick. Yeah, and he says that.
A German, as I recall.
Yeah, but that's not a German name, actually.
No, of course it isn't. What it is it's a vaguely Germanic sounding name to Americans.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's not the subtlest character in there. I just thought of him. Well, the angles.
He just seems like he really overthought. Like, he was a victim of overthinking, if anything. He was way too cerebral. I don't know. He just strikes me as like a guy who his demise was just being way too cerebral about things. Probably putting too much pressure on himself. I don't know. I'm just guessing. I don't really know anything about him, but I do have his book, which I haven't read, The Infinite Jest.
The angles are mathematical, so I don't know what to...
What is literature able to do that other? Sorry.
I saw this on the sheet of paper.
Yeah, because I had to
Good.
understand that.
Good. So let me ask you first, and then I'll what is it that literature can do that other things can't do?
Well,
It's not so easy, is it?
No, not at all. But I thought you're more intelligent than I am. So I thought.
How old are you now? I'm 33 still. Haven't seen you in a while. Lego King is cool is from the semen retention days. You love my semen retention stuff. Hey, Lego King, go report back to all your semen retention leaders. Whoever's leading the semen retention clan at the moment, or the movement, or whatever. Whoever the kings are, like the leaders or whatever. You can report back and say I'm on a what am I on? 2, 3, wait. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. I'm on a 12-day streak. I'm on a 12-day streak, bruh. Let them know. Let them know. Report back my numbers. Hopefully I don't get summoned for a fucking guillotine. A visit to the guillotine.
Well, actually, I read this in this interview, and you said something as that good art somehow is able to not make you feel.
All right, that's we listened to the tennis stuff. We listened to the tennis stuff. Should we listen to Elisha? Should we watch Elisha? Watch Elisha here.
Brothers, we gotta talk. I feel bad, man. I just finished the OJ. I was sitting here just gulping orange juice. I believe that you need more sugar. Honestly, more dates, more honey, more orange juice, more fruit, more fun. You know, I truly believe that the best ideas only latch onto a certain type of person. Like, God's not going to send his best ideas to a hobo. There's no way. He sends it to his most retarded warriors. He blesses his most retarded warriors. And it's the people that still have just a semblance of enchantment for this world. That carry with them just all. That childlike wonder. The ideas, man, you may find yourself grasping like a drowning man grasping for twigs through daily life. We see it all the time. You know, we get motivated, we get stemmed up, cracked out. We are stressed at work. I notice even when you're high energy, you're stimulated and there's a lot of novelty. If you don't have that undercurrent of mirth and just lightness, you know what I mean by this? Like, I'm not trying to confuse lightness though to the body. Really, the flesh can kind of become a prison and just really calcified and concrete.
Not bad.
And I believe that the sugar that a lot of us have begun to fear for a long time really taps in to sort of that childlike that zippity doo dah, you know, really ready to go, fun, that excitement, like, ooh, what's around the corner? Ooh, what are we doing? Ooh. All the routines, man, it's just boring shit, dude. all these routines that we latch onto and all of this stuff, it's boring. And is it as simple as sort of bringing back these basic fruits, orange juice, dates, honey? Yeah, I think so. I think this simplicity is like the biggest thing. Everything that causes you to overthink, to overanalyze, is just like, it's a massive trap. And it puts you more into this flesh prison. I believe that, to escape the herd, you can't just eat all the slop. You can't do it, man. It's there to numb you. It's there to sort of be a burden and a weight on your shoulders until you don't even know what's sort of holding you back. It's just, you start to block off the reception, Another thing is, everyone's sitting. I was at the meetup. So I had a meetup. That's where I was last weekend. Got a little sick, but we were there with Fabian, me, and Sahil.
He's always sick.
We stayed in the same room. We're just sitting. It's like 3:30 a.m. And we were like, all great thoughts are stored in the lower back. I'm telling you, there's something there.
In the lower back?
The spine is like an antenna. And this thing is the top of the antenna tower. So it receives, boom, but then it stores in the lower back.
This guy would be the best frat leader, you know what I mean? Like a frat house leader. This is like the final boss of frat leaders.
Tap into that, man. You cannot be, it's not even about posture. You don't need to sit like this all the time. I'm saying there must be movement. There must be play. If you're at a loss, if you feel stuck in life, like you just been grazing grass every day, the lower back is getting in a pinch. It's pinched.
My lower back feels good.
All great thoughts are stored in the lower back. I'm telling you, you can test it out. And that's why everyone likes to walk. But that's the only thing they could do. I walked because I got to clear my head. Dude, walking in your neighborhood is depressing as hell. There's a lot of fun things you can do that moves the body. This motion, boom, boom, boom.
I can't walk. I'm not a walker. I can't. People are like, hey, get outside, walk. And I'm like, bro, that shit's boring. I'm going to play tennis or I'm going to go to the gym. You know what I mean? I'm not just going to walk. If I'm going to go outside, I'm going to sit down. I'm probably going to sit and, I don't know, listen to some Keith Jarrett. Put on the Köln concert or the fucking Vienna concert or whatever. Have a beer. Talk to someone. Well, I'm not going to talk to someone, but if someone was here, I would talk to them outside, probably. Maybe a female. But yeah, dude, I'm not a walker. I'm not into the walking, bro. Walking sucks. I got better things to do with my time than fucking walk. Fuck no.
Twisting. That's the thing with lifting. Lifting also creates a flesh prison when it's done too much. I think you only need to lift about 3 times a week.
Same. I think so.
If you want more. Which, I do about 3, 4. Push-pull legs, maybe an extra one if I'm feeling real testy. Just enough to flick the balls. Just enough to get the balls going.
You don't
just
need more than 3.
Listen. You're not allowed to be a weasel. You got to keep the body in check. You got to flick the nuts. Get the test up. Keep the test up. I think 3 times a week.
Kind of like it
mainly
hurts.
Compounds. Push-pull legs is a great place to start. Again, simplicity. Don't overthink that. Do not overthink that, man. You should keep it freaking simple. Again, all we're trying to do is raise the energy. The moment that the diet, the moment that the workout routines, the habits, the schedules, anything that demands you maintain it or just show up to it, dude, you gotta be careful. You gotta be real careful. Because that will quickly become a prison and zap you of your joy. And you never want to lose the joy. But modernity has really made it easy to steal your joy. Yeah, the workouts, though, you know, guys, you know the gym cell, right? Like, you can see, I saw this in myself too, becoming a flesh prison. I was at this hotel the other day, and I guess they were having some powerlifting competition, and I'm sitting in my car, and I'm waiting on someone to come out, and I'm watching as these people come out, and there are people, dude. These people are freaks. I mean, these guys were absolute looking like cattle, human cattle. And no hate to the powerlifters. I was big into bodybuilding and lifting weights. I have a little bit of that look myself. I'm undoing that rigidity, that concreteness of the flesh. The flesh became this warrior skin that I couldn't shed because I thought, man, this is it. Dude, these guys came out walking like this. Doosh, doosh, doosh. You just know that they go home and pound just Halo Top ice cream. Just eat real ice cream, dude. And then go and have a good ass time. But these guys are just ripping. Dude, even the girls came out. Absolute goy cattle. Dude, absolute cattle though. No joke. Like, they start to walk like behemoths. Just the girls, their quads have to chafe so much. I never seen women built like this. But what I'm saying is, this lifestyle, the lifter, the gym cell, creates a prison of the flesh. Is this all that we're, like, how do we get fooled into doing this shit, man? How did we really get fooled into, were we really even, like, let's be real. This is a hard one for me to even say. Were we really supposed to lift weights? No, maybe not. Maybe we're supposed to just climb trees.
No, I don't think so.
But
yeah, lifting weights is kind of weird when you think about it.
Keep the test up. So you do need a little jolt, a little catalyst, or else, for a lot of us, shit gets too comfy. I'm well aware. You know, I'm well aware. So, but is that supposed to be the only thing? I don't think so. I do not think so.
Not bad.
Hey guys, welcome back to my channel. This video is going to be about my very personal sexual intimacy issues.
Damn.
So I know that you might be like, maybe it's not sensible to post that type of stuff online. I don't think it's like that bad because like everybody be fucking. So that's one. And then also, like, the other barrier I think to making content for a lot of people in general is just that like they're afraid that like future employers will see it. Since I moved to New York, I've applied to like 1,000 jobs. I think I'm being forced to reckon with that there's no future employers, girl. I don't think the AI hiring managers are reading my application. You might be thinking like my friend is an English major. That was my major. Or you might be thinking like I'm an English major and we got good jobs in the city. Awesome for you. I don't know how you did that. And also, secondly, I am not personable. And I have had some of the worst interviews ever known to man. I don't think I'm a good applicant. This is the reality.
Same.
You know?
Same.
And I'm not going to complain about jobs in this video. I'm going to still do the Craigslist video. But this is something that I had an idea to make because the other day, I think it was Monday, I saw a homeless man masturbating as I got out of the subway, and I had to kind of like run around. And I was afraid he was going to like shoot me with it. You know what I mean? Like with his sperm. And I was scared.
I thought he was gonna fucking give you a
even
shot?
if it just touches your skin, like I don't think you can get an STD. But like I don't think
She thought she was gonna take a rope from a fucking hobo? Thought you were about to get a hobo rope? Come on.
I would be able to like continue with my day and stuff. Like I think I would have to go home. And then I don't think like I would probably tell my managers like, yeah, I got spermed. And like they probably would be like, it's like, okay, like come into work anyway. You know what I mean? Like it's a hard
Some guy fucking cum shotted me in the subway. I can't come into work. No. You're coming in. Yeah, it'd probably be, I don't know. No, honestly, bro, that's actually not a bad excuse for women. Women are looking for an excuse of why they can't come into work. That's actually a really great one because no boss is gonna want to even get close to being to that. Like, he doesn't want to be like the boss that said, I told her to come into work after she called out because she was came on by a random stranger. I mean, that dude, that's a PR nightmare, you know what I mean? That's an HR nightmare. That's tough. So, honestly, that's probably like the best excuse to use. Just feel like, yeah, some dude came on me today, like just a random stranger. I feel so violated. I can't come in. Yeah, no worries. Yeah, no worries. Yeah, we'll find somebody. I'm so sorry that happened to you. Yeah. You know what I mean? Just lie. Doesn't even have to have happened to you. I don't know. I feel like they're not going to tell you to come in. And now, if it was me, if I called my boss and I was like, yo, I took a rope from a fucking hobo, I don't think I can come in today. They would be like, come in or you're fired. You know what I mean? They'd be like, you're lying. You know what I mean?
Hard reality that we live in. He didn't though. Like he didn't come. Like while I was looking at him, you know, and I wasn't looking at him for very long.
Yo, this chick, why does she look in the camera like this, bro? She makes me laugh, man. She makes me laugh. Why is she so awkward? What are her facial expressions? You gotta chill. You gotta chill.
They're just like, yeah, I got spermed, and like they probably would be like, okay, like come into work anyway. You know what I mean? Like it's a hard reality that we live in. He didn't though. Like he didn't come. Like while I was looking at him, you know, and I wasn't looking at him for very long, but it was so gross because like he was making that face, you know, like I think maybe I just don't like, you know, when like a man is like having pleasure. So anyway, in my last video,
what is it with all these women who don't like it when us men are feeling pleasure, bro? What is it with these women, bro? We do be fucking ugly though, man. Can you, like, you guys don't even do you guys ever look at yourself when you're fucking jerking it or when you're about to bust? Have you ever looked at yourself when you busted? Be honest. Have you ever looked at yourself when you busted? I've actually never looked at myself when I'm busted. But I probably should. I mean, I'm not going to bust cuz I'm on semen retention, obviously. I'm ascending, but if I ever do bust again, I'm going to look in the mirror while I bust and just see like catch yourself, bro. Like catch yourself, catch what you look like. I promise you'll probably be terrified, bro. You'd probably shriek like a woman. You'd probably scream. You would probably scream, bro. I'm just like, I know I don't look like that, but I honestly think I probably look pretty good. I probably look pretty benign, you know. What do I look like? I probably just look like, I'm trying to imagine myself like looking at like a Bella Danger right now or something. You know, like my eyes get squinty. That's what it is. They get like squinty, you know, just like, you know what I mean? What's so bad about that? What's so bad about that? Let me squint. They just hate it that we feel pleasure, bro. And it's so easy for us to feel pleasure. It's not easy for them. They need like all these books and shit, maps, fucking tools. They got fucking whole ass tool sheds in their fucking closets. They need fucking maps. They need fucking MapQuest, fucking Google Maps. They need a fucking book. They need a book. They need a poem. They need to write their own stuff. They need their journal. She even writes her own goon material. They're writing their own stuff. Yumiverse is reading like whole fucking libraries of shit to like get off, bro. Us? Bro, we're so simple. Even then, you know, it probably takes them like forever. Probably everything has to be right. The humidity has to be right. Like, you know, the plants have to be watered. You know, it has to like, the window has to be open, cracked open. Candles have to be lit. You know what I mean? And all these fucking things. Us, dude. We can do it anywhere. Anywhere, under any circumstances, it don't matter. We can do it in 30 seconds flat. We can do it in 10 minutes, 20 minutes, 5 hours, like I've done before. We can take as long or as short as we want. We can do it with the hub or without. As long as we have our hand. As long as we have our trusty hands, we are fine. We are fine. We're chilling. We can do it in a fucking car. We can do it in an alley, behind a dumpster. We can do it in a dumpster. We can do it on a roof. We can do it in the bathroom, in the basement, in a sewer. It don't matter, bruh. At the job. It's gotta suck to be a woman, man. They're so complex. Such complex creatures, man. They need whole narratives and backstories and whole like character development and plots just to get off. And tools. They need a rabbit. They need a dildo. They need to hit it in the right spot. They need the candles. Like it's just fucking nuts. Let's keep going.
So I talked about how I kind of didn't know if I'm agnostic or if I'm atheist. And in this video, I'm going to talk about how I kind of don't know if I'm asexual or not. So I think the takeaway from my channel should just be that I don't have a very good sense of self at all. But basically, like, I've kind of always wondered like if I was asexual, or at least if I am like partially asexual, or maybe that just means that I have like a low sex drive, and like then you wouldn't like call yourself asexual. Maybe asexual. I'm not like a sex like scientist, okay?
Yeah,
but
no,
like maybe people
I didn't think
who
you
consider
were.
themselves asexual are just like hard stop, like no sex, no turned on, no horniness, you know? But then like people who have low sex drives are just like not like it's not like a sexuality, you know what I mean? But that's not what this video is really about. Like, I think I'm probably not asexual because...
Why do I feel like her mouth is so dry, bro? I feel like her mouth is so dry. I don't know why I feel like that. I'm not saying that her mouth is dry. I'm not accusing her mouth of being dry. But I just... The way that she talks, how her voice sounds, the thing that she does with that thing... I feel like she's constantly trying to summon up all the moisture that she can in her mouth, that her mouth can possibly produce. I just feel like her mouth is really dry, bro. Like insanely dry. I would probably bet money on it. If this was on Kalshi, if there was something on Kalshi where it was like, does Marissa, does she have a dry mouth or not? I'm going 100% yes, bro. She has a dry mouth. You can bet $100 on that. I feel like her mouth is dry, bro. Not that there's anything wrong with a dry mouth, but, you know, it's got to be annoying.
I'm not like asexual. Like I'm not like I'm not like.
And you can hear it too. You can hear it. You can hear a dry mouth, bro. You can hear a dry mouth. It's like there's like sticky sounds, you know? You can hear like the stick. You know what I mean? I'm getting a lot of the stick. She has a dry mouth. 100%. I should drink some water.
Not.
Dude, I'm a fucking born streamer, bro. I'm legendary. This is gold content, man. You guys are fucking lucky, man. You guys get to watch this for free. Fuckers.
I'm sexual completely 100%. I'd say I'm about 10% sexual. And I'd say like around my period, I'm about 110% sexual, but I still don't like.
Yo, she's too funny, bro. She's actually funny. She's like low-key funny, bro.
Like, not like it's not like a sexuality, you know what I mean? But that's not what this video is really about. Like, I think I'm probably not asexual because I'm not like asexual. Like I'm not like non-sexual completely 100%. I'd say I'm about 10% sexual, and I'd say like around my period I'm about 110% sexual, but I still don't like want to do anything about it. You know, I just want to kind of be horny and sad. In the moment, I'm not. It's hard to like get turned on, you know, but like while I'm thinking about like.
Sorry, I have to pause again. I'm sorry. I'll try to be better about this. But she's saying so many things that are worthy of commenting. There's a lot of people that make videos and they just say things for whole minutes long, like 10 minutes, and there's just really nothing worth commenting on. Somebody like Regal Shaman or something like that, you know what I mean? But she actually says things you can comment on. The fact that you're 10% sexual most of the time, that's crazy. That's honestly just crazy to me. Although I'm becoming less sexual as I age, or just the longer I do semen retention or attempt semen retention, I'm becoming less sexual. I definitely feel like that. But 10% sexual is crazy. And then she says when she's on her period, she's 110% sexual, but she doesn't feel like doing anything about it. That's also wild. There's no way I'd be 110% sexual, be like absolutely blazing turned on, and like I just wouldn't do anything about it.
If I have a crush on somebody or whatever, like, and I'm alone, I'm thinking about them. Usually it's somebody that I can't have. Then I'm like very capable of getting turned on. So basically, maybe it's like I want what I can't have, and it like, and like those wires connected to my sex drive, you know, and that prevents me from ever being happy or being turned on in the right moment.
I feel you. And
living a fulfilling life.
Right there with you.
So I was thinking about that probably like throughout high school when my friends were like getting into that type of stuff. And I hooked up with like 2 people, and like I don't mean like sex, I mean like the stuff before sex. And I was in high school, and like I didn't really enjoy it. Like it wasn't like I wasn't like in it, you know, like I was just there. I was like going through the motions, you know what I'm saying? But like, I just kind of was like hoping it
HJs,
to end,
as she would refer to them.
It wasn't like I was like being forced into it at all. Like I think I just get FOMO. So like I was getting FOMO about not hooking up with these guys because I was like, if I don't hook up with them, then I'm gonna regret not hooking up with them. But it was actually like the opposite. Not that I really regretted it, but I just like wasn't enjoying it at the time. No reason really to have done it at all, and they wouldn't have given me a hard time if I said, hey, I'm not really into it. That would have been less insecure to do. That would have been more normal. But I think I wanted to like be like my friends and be like, you know, participating in this thing that everybody's doing now, you know? So then I went to college and I stopped thinking about it because like for the most part, like I think I was pretty ashamed throughout my whole college career that I wasn't having sex. You know, it wasn't like I wanted to be out there having sex. Like one guy was like ready to like have sex with me, and then he like backed out like the last minute, and I was kind of like, well, honestly, like I don't think I would have even gone through with it because like of another issue that I'll get to, but also the whole like not being able to be turned on thing. Like there's been times like in college where like someone would be about to hook up with me, and then I would be like, oh my god, like my roommate died, and I would like run away and like escape this situation. Like if I was ever sitting on a bed with a man, I was out of there. You know what I mean? Like
really.
I was like, how did I get myself into the situation? I'm gonna die. You know what I mean? Like a lot of anxiety around.
Wow, gonna
hooking up,
die.
which is crazy because it's like, it's literally just like putting your lips on somebody else's lips. Like that's step number one. You know, it's not like
that's step number
no one's,
one.
you know, gonna give you a shot. You know, like I felt like I was getting a shot. I don't know, but like also someone's gonna put their fingers in me. Okay, you know, like what? Like why are you doing that? Like why are you putting them in there? You know, it's kind of weird. What's going on? What's in there that you need to find with your fingers? So then I graduated college. I was like 23, still a virgin. I wrote a really good poem about it. If I remember, I'll share it with you at the end of the video. And then I was working at a university.
I just feel like she thinks too much. You're thinking too much about what is actually going on. I'm guilty of it myself, but yeah, it's got to be weird for someone to put their fingers inside of you. It's got to be weird. I'm not a fan of the fingering or the eating puss. I've never been a fan of that. Never been a fan of that. But yeah, just gonna feel like a bitch, but I mean whatever. What are you gonna do?
And my job was like so easy, but I also was kind of depressed because I had studied English secondary education. That was actually my major. Like the whole thing was English and secondary education, so I did my student teaching and I hated it. I had so much anxiety teaching, which is funny because I love to talk, but I think I love to talk about my vagina, but like you can't, like I think
Yo, she's wild, bro. She's fucking funny. I didn't think she would. From her thumbnails, she doesn't look funny, right? She looks like miserable. She looks like she's sad. She looks like she's depressed. She doesn't look like she's funny, but she's actually funny.
I kind of fear like not being able to do stuff like this. Like I kind of always have wanted to not even make YouTube videos, but just like have the freedom to express myself. Like not even online, but just like in general, like if I ever wanted to do stand-up comedy or whatever. I think when you're a teacher, I'm not saying you can't do that type of stuff, but like if I wanted to at 35 start an OnlyFans account for my butthole, if I were a teacher, you wouldn't be able to do that. I don't like the idea of being told that I can't do something with my life. And then also I do like kids. I wouldn't have kids, but I do like them. I feel like for the most part, they get along with me. Like they're not like, because I'm not like a very authoritative like as a person, you know. But I think the issue is just like being in front of them and teaching and like doing kind of a performance almost in front of them every single day, and then also having to perform for like supervisors and you know, they're grading your lessons and it's like you're auditioning, and I'm not a performer. Anyway, so I was very depressed because I couldn't go through with the career that I had decided I wanted to do in college, and I realized that before I even graduated. I couldn't find a job related to English, related to the humanities. I'm not going to complain about it here though, because I could go on forever and it's so boring and annoying and it stresses me out. But so I ended up getting a job as a receptionist at a university. And the job was very easy and I was basically doing nothing all day. It was a great job and everybody was very nice, but I was depressed and like not doing a lot during the day, and then I would get home and I have like no responsibilities basically in my life. I'm living with my parents, I'm not paying rent, my job is so easy. I felt no motivation at all, and nothing was driving me, I guess. So every night I would come home and I would take sativa edibles, and they would make me
that's
not
crazy.
only extremely paranoid, but
yeah,
like I also would have all these like really like negative thoughts, like these horrible thoughts about how like everything that I like about myself is a delusion, and like all these reasons why, and like I'm just totally fucked or whatever. My life is a mess and I didn't amount to anything. And those things might be true, but like thinking about them like in detail every night was like not good. And
so why did you keep doing it? The first night that I popped a sativa edible and I would have thought about all that, that would have been the last night that I ever had a sativa edible. The fact that she says I just kept on coming home and taking these sativa edibles. What? That makes no sense.
I would get really hungry and my stomach would like not get, like it wouldn't feel like full when I was high, known as the munchies. And I would eat 2,000 to 4,000 calories of snacks, like McDonald's, and then also just like popcorn, and like I'd probably get 2 bags of chips and then 2 like types of desserts from the 7-Eleven that we live next to. And I would do that every single night, and then I got really fat. I was already very fat when I was in college, but my highest weight was 250 pounds.
How are you so skinny now?
Like, sorry.
250
Not, it's not even a problem,
pounds?
like, if you're fat, like, it's fine, like, I'm not judging you. I just wasn't living a healthy lifestyle. Not that I'm living a healthy lifestyle now, like, I'm not, like, I'm a mess, okay? But I also was obese and...
Very self-aware. This woman is very self-aware. This is what you would classify as a very self-aware woman. Very rare breed. You're looking at a unicorn right now. But yes, you would say that this is a self-aware woman.
I was just really lazy and like I was having all this mental anguish. So actually I decided to stop smoking or not smoking, but like getting high because of the mental like anxiety that it was giving me. I was also on an antidepressant, which wasn't working because I was getting high every night. You're not supposed to do that. And so I got off the antidepressant and I stopped getting high. And then that helped me like a little bit mentally. That whole like year and a half that I was at that job, like it's just, I don't remember like a lot of it because I was making like very rash decisions, and like if I was making any decisions at all, I was barely going out, like I wasn't doing a lot of stuff. So then not taking edibles, actually very quickly I lost 50 pounds, and that might have also been because of like maybe my antidepressants were causing weight gain, but it definitely was the extra 4,000 calories a night of snacking and watching some TV show, and I would be so high I didn't even comprehend what I was watching. It was like no point in any of those hours that I spent for a year like after work. Very weird that I would do that, and I'm glad that I'm not doing that anymore. Anyway, so I wasn't thinking about having sex at that time because I just didn't consider myself like a sexual being. Like I considered myself a blob of fat. Like so anyway, I moved to the city and I'd lost 50 pounds and I thought, you know, I looked a lot better. Since being here, I'm now like I think 165 or something like that. I still want to lose a little bit more. I'm in a lot better place now, and I think since moving here, more men have wanted to have sex with me. Or like not necessarily sex, but like, you know, date or kiss or hook up or whatever. So
HJs.
I kind of have been in this past year, like there's a lot of questions that I have that are unanswered about in my sexual orientation, if there is one. Wait, it doesn't make any sense. But like there are just things that I don't know, okay? Because of my years of being dormant in that area. And I'm 25, and this is like weird to like be figuring this out now, but 25. I guess now it's like I have to kind of figure out all these questions about like very rare times that I have been able to like be turned on during an intimate encounter.
You got time.
What was the checklist? You know, what caused me to be able to do that, and why can't I do that normally? And it's weird too because it's like I'm not gonna know until I'm like in it, and then I have to be like, you know, let's stop because I don't find you attractive physically. But obviously I'm not going to do that. So I'm just going to try to make them come as soon as possible so that I can be done. I sucked on this guy's balls for 10 minutes. Can I say that? So I've been beating around the bush.
Oh God, she's funny. Yo, she comes out of nowhere, bro. She drops like hella nukes on you with no... It's just all the same, like, monotone, right? And she almost gives, like, no fucking... She's not leading up to anything. She gives no warning whatsoever. And then it's just, boom, suck the guy's balls for 10 minutes. It's just like, what? It's like... What? Huh? I gotta let me get my nicotine pouch over here. I'm only gonna put it in for a little bit though, because if I put it in too long, then I shut down, go into shutdown mode, and I just completely become useless. Oh. This is Marshall's twin flame. We definitely have a lot of similarities, that's for sure. But I wouldn't go so far as to say a twin flame. Ain't nobody like me. Ain't nobody like nobody, you know what I mean? But yeah, definitely some similarities, but I mean, I like her self-awareness. I like her honesty. She's very honest. She's very self-aware. I like that. All right, I put it in at 1040. So not for long. Not for long. Why you gotta boof off cam? I don't boof. What are you talking about? I totally just subscribed to her channel. Nice. Yeah. Yeah, no, she's got some good stuff. We might watch more of her. I think I'll probably watch more of her going forward because she's interesting. She's funny.
About why I have not been, but it's because I have a condition that I do that normally, and it's weird too because it's like I'm not gonna know until I'm like in it, and then I have to be like, you know, let's stop because I don't find you attractive physically, but obviously I'm not gonna do that, so I'm just gonna try to make them come as soon as possible so that I can be done. I sucked on this guy's balls for 10 minutes. Can I say that?
It's
so
crazy.
I've been beating around the bush.
That's actually crazy.
About why I have not been
10 minutes sucking on a
but
guy's
it's because
balls.
I have a condition that apparently, I've never seen this show, but this girl from like the Netflix show Sex Education has, where your vagina just closes on up like a tightly pulled drawstring bag when you know, something tries to go in there. I don't know, I really haven't seen the show. I think in the show she goes to a doctor about it or something. I don't really know. People have told me, but I think I've just always had it, and I don't really know why. I don't know if it's like psychological. Nothing like happened to me that would, you know, cause me to close it up. But like this is crazy. It's crazy too because it's like subconsciously I'm just like closing it up. Like my muscles
Fly
are
trap?
just tensing and like nothing could get in there, bro. It's fucking locked up. So I've like never been able to use a tampon, which my mom had like a really big issue with when I was growing up, which is weird because it's like, why do you care, girl? I went to a gynecologist when I was...
This is wild. This is wild, bro. It's almost like she's... It almost sounds like she's not human. I guarantee 10 minutes was an exaggeration. 10 minutes is forever. Yeah. 10 minutes is forever if you're sucking a guy's balls. That is an eternity. But this almost sounds like you can't even put a tampon up there. It just closes right on up. That sounds absolutely wild. It sounds almost like maybe you're just not a human being. We should start to look into this. It's different races.
23 because, you know, at that point people had tried to like get their little finger up there and couldn't, and I would be like in pain and stuff, and I'd be like, stop it. But like,
The
not
little
like in,
did
like,
she say her little finger?
knee,
The pinky?
because,
The pinky or what?
you know, at that point people had tried to like get their little finger up there and couldn't, and I would be like in pain and stuff, and I'd be like, stop it. But like not like in like duress, but like just like normal, like stop, like, hey, stop. Like just to say, okay, whatever. And I tried to get a pap smear, and she used a speculum or whatever, the like little silver
She's
tool
too
thing you
much.
use, and you open it up and you like go and you check a girl's vagina. In case there are any men watching who don't know. Obviously, like she couldn't get in there, and then she was very rude to me. And I actually cried. I was 23. This was like 2 years, or yeah, 2
Yo,
years.
what is in this girl's vagina, bro? That's probably the secret to fixing all of the world's ills. We need to get into her. I should probably not say that on the live stream, but we need to start assembling teams here. She needs to be studied, bro. She needs to be studied. What is inside her vagina? Like, I'm curious because it sounds like it's a creature that's like closing off something that's very valuable inside of it. The Epstein files, I don't know. I don't know, but I think it's worth looking into. I think it's worth looking into. Look at her, bro. You telling me this person doesn't she's an alien, bro. She's an alien. She's an alien, bro. She's holding something. Pandora's box. Pandora's box is in her vagina. That's crazy. She's got every man watching, just thinking about banging her. That's what she's achieving with her strange thoughts of not knowing what fingering is while she sucks balls for 10 minutes. I'm not thinking about banging her. Well, I guess we're all kind of, yeah, I guess we're all kind of imagining her having sex. But that just comes with listening, you know, it's just part of like listening to it, but she's carrying the Antichrist, Area 69. Area 69. She's on the hub. This channel's the front. Jesus. Nah. It's reverse psychology. I would bet anything she's not been out of use long enough to be tightened up like she's trying to claim. When guys hear stuff like that, they fall for the bait. Fall for the bait? What bait are we falling for? Like, what bait? You think you think this is some psychological operation she's running on us to just have dudes just like lining up outside of her apartment, just trying to like what? No, it sounds like she has a condition. It sounds like she has an actual condition, bro. Just triggered by stress, like severe stress, anxiety. You know, it's kind of like when your dick doesn't work, you know, when it's like when you have anxiety, like induced ED, and you just can't get it up because like you're thinking too much, and like you just have performance anxiety, all this stuff. It sounds like she has something similar, you know, just with a vagina, obviously. It just closes up, or that's crazy. It's crazy that they couldn't even get a finger. Yeah, that's nuts. That's nuts. How does this get 157K views, bro? I'm sorry, bro, but I had a video where I was like talking about, it was my video, though I walk through the valley of the shadow of the Limtic. And I was talking about a terrible experience that I had with a ghetto ass Latina crazy chick, where like my dick just like did not function, like it did not work, and I was just relegated to just eating her out, you know, for like an hour or whatever. And she like, I mean, she claims that she came like it must have been like 3 times or whatever, but you know, you never know. They're always lying and all that stuff. But it was, I mean, I was swimming, bro. I was swimming down there. Like my mouth was just full of just fucking salt. It was just salt water, bro. I was just like, but I was discussing this in detail in a video, right? I mean, she's discussing way more detail that she's being just as explicit as I was in that video. Probably more explicit, right? And for longer. And my video got like shadow ban monetized. It got like partially demonetized because it was too explicit. Like it was too explicit to run ads on it. Does she have ads on her channel? Oh, this is Brave. I'm on the Brave. Yeah, so nothing has ads, but yeah, she gets 157,000 views on something like this. Meanwhile, YouTube's like, bro, you can't talk about your ED, bro. You can't talk about your ED. You can't talk about like eating a girl out, bro. Like you'll get 4K views on this. I think that video only has like 4K views, 4 point something K views. It's an absolute gem of a video. It's fucking gold, but it just never reached virality the way I was hoping. Maybe that's the problem, dude. I just have to not post videos on. Maybe I'm too explicit. I'm too explicit. I'm too free. I'm a peacock. You gotta let me fly to be on YouTube. I gotta start posting videos on Rumble, dog. Rumble is where I belong. YouTube, I can't post videos on YouTube anymore. Maybe I can stream on here, but I can't post videos on YouTube. I'm just gonna tell everybody to subscribe to my Rumble because that's where I'm posting videos from now on. I'm just gonna get, I'm gonna talk crazy over there, bro. Talk crazy over there. Maybe that's what I should do. You are a white male. What do you expect? Yeah. Marshall, I've seen you in about 5 people's YouTube videos. Really? Which ones? Send them to me. Email them to me. Who's talking about me? I mean, I know people have talked about me, like Jack Morgan, Far From Eden. People have done reactions to my shit. I think Dad Mode and Dark Mode did one, but they just react to like my most viral video, though. I should take this out. Don't want to chance it.
Years ago, because she was like, oh, like, you know, you got to open it up, you're tensing your muscles, you have to stop tensing, and I was like, I'm not tensing, but I probably was, but like I just didn't know. Like, obviously I'm not thinking like, oh, let me tense my vagina up on this sharp metal tool. Like, I'm not trying to do that on purpose. I'd like you to get in there. I want you to see what's going on. She kind of said like, you might have vaginismus, and then she didn't really like recommend that I do anything. I think you can use like dilators or whatever, but I have to say this definitely psychological because I like can't look down there. Like I maybe looked a total of like 3 times, and it's, to me, it's like this, like the vagina is like a flesh window to the inside of my body, almost like a wound. And like I don't think I should be like that's what I feel when I think about it or see it. Is like I feel sick. Like I don't think I should be looking in there. I can't explain that, and that's not right. I mean, that was really it. Like I think my goal is to just like, if
She's definitely an alien.
a man and I'm so turned on by him, I think maybe it'll just magically open up and like all my problems will be fixed. But I also don't think that will happen. But like the more I think that I trusted like all of my past hookups, like the more that I was able to trust that person,
sounds like a movie plot.
The more that they actually were able to like, you know, get their finger in me. You know, it's crazy. It's crazy. I don't know what I'm talking about. I don't know if this is okay to
talk. So she's a virgin.
Be age restricted. But it's also just like, you know, this is life.
She's only ever
like, this is like real life. And I think I've hit an untapped market here. In my writing of this video, I was like thinking like, what type of man would I open up for, you know? Like if I had to imagine like the perfect type of man and type of dynamic that I would just, so I wrote like my subconscious thoughts. Like if you subconsciously picture like your perfect like husband, like can we do we do this? Is this something that we do? Not even like I may think it out, but like you probably kind of have something in the back of your head already, you know? And so I wrote exactly what I have in the back of my head. Okay, so starting off, he's a widower and he's significantly older than me. I imagine what happened is that he fell in love and got married to a woman who he just like absolutely adored. And if you kind of like look up, you know, them on Facebook, like she's not that attractive. Like she's maybe in her older age, like she's just like not that pretty. Like not that I'm judging or whatever, but like that kind of means that he's not materialistic and like vain. And he's also not that good looking either. Like that's good. Like that's a good sign, you know, if his dead wife is like ugly. Anyway, so she died. She's been dead for like 2 years. And he's lost a lot of like passion for his hobby. So he's like, he used to like play guitar. He's not gonna sing, you know, unless he's alone. He's not that good, but he's like pretty good at guitar. Maybe he's like knowledgeable about worldly matters and he reads. He has 2 children, preferably daughters, and they're like 10 and 12. And he's just like distraught, you know, about his wife, but he's putting on airs for the girls. But when they're apart, he's closed off. He won't let anyone in except for me. Maybe we meet at work. And over time, we develop a friendship. He's just bored and he needs someone to talk to. I'm interested in him almost immediately. And he knows that, but he pretends that he doesn't. I'm too young for him. And also, I'm too not his wife. But he keeps me around just to have the company. We have, you know, similar senses of humor. You know, it makes him feel bad because he knows that the more time we spend together, you know, the sharper my pining is for him. One day is particularly bad. It's a Friday night. The girls aren't going to be home. Maybe they're at a sleepover or on a field trip. And he's dreading coming home to an empty house. The work day is about to end. He's about to be alone, and against his better judgment, he asks me if I want to go to a bar. He jokes, at least he won't have to go home sober and alone. This is subtle foreshadowing. A dimly lit bar, almost empty since it's only like 5. He opens a tab. Oh, by the way, this is self-fan fiction. If you're cringing because you're like, this is self-fan, it is, yeah. And it's with somebody who's nondescript, somebody that doesn't exist. Okay. Anyway. He opens a tab. It's almost awkward at first. I'm out of my element. It was so simple, joking around, just to break up the workday. How nice it was to drop by someone's office and linger a little too long. Now we've left that familiar environment. Is this where it changes? Is this a date? How does he see me? My heart beats. I make no indications that anything is different at all. In fact, I'm even less casually flirtatious than usual.
Oh, she has Charmander and Eevee down here. I think that's Charmander and Eevee. This is wild, by the way. I mean, I have no words. I have no words, bro. This part is performative, the rest was fairly real. Wild content, bro. Yeah. I mean, bro, this is just crazy. Bray Ash, you're a woman. Do you have... Is it this complex for you? I mean, the fact that, like, it has to be this whole narrative, like, her vagina just doesn't open, and it will only open for, like, this narrative, like, this imaginary thing that she's written. Man. I mean, I'm not, you know, I'm not judging, but man, I hope it happens for you. I hope it happens for you. It's kind of wild, though. It's kind of wild that people, I don't know, that just like this exists, you know, I guess. It's just crazy to think about it, you know, us men, like we're just very simple. It's like there's no narratives, there's no like it's just not this complicated, but this is really complicated.
I'm all business tonight. I don't want him to think that I got the wrong idea. Then this won't happen again. As we finish our first drinks, start our second, the conversation flows a little easier and we return to our natural rapport. I've made the decision not to
Yes.
send him any signals he may find inappropriate. I will be respectful and he's paying the tab. I can just have fun like usual. Just a little tips here. Third drinks. He brings up his wife. He says everything like it's ridiculous. His dependence on her, ridiculous. His worry for his daughter's ridiculous. His grief. I nod a little too much. I want him to feel sensible, validated. I realize I'm really staring at him, even through the brown shadows of the bar. I'm taking in every feature. And I'm in pain. I'm in love with him. I want him. I'm thankful he's near me at all for the time being. I try to soak him up while he's still in front of me. I break from my stupor. Stupor? I break from my
Say either.
stupor? I don't know. And say I'm sorry.
Tomato,
I can't
tomato.
imagine going through that type of pain. He says he hopes I never have to. He jokes when I meet someone, they'll probably stay alive. Something shatters nearby. Someone's glass. I pretend what he said didn't cut me. I can't tell if I'm doing a good job. Either way, this isn't fun anymore. I say I've probably had enough to drink. He settles the tab, puts on his black overcoat, and we walk outside. Our trains are in opposite directions. Actually, they're not. I just say they are. Look, he says. He grazes my shoulder with his fingers, barely. This was nice of you. I appreciated the company. Yeah, I nod. Thank you for paying. I say it flatly like the joke is mandatory, insincere. He doesn't laugh. I know it's time to break away, but I stand there. I wait. I will not do anything that removes the tips of his fingers from my jacket. He moves them himself to my chin, and he briefly touches his lips to mine. My mind races to decode the gesture. I land on the worst possibility. Poor thing, he's thinking, least I can do is give her a kiss. But for a moment he looks at me, searching my expression to gauge if he's made a huge, inappropriate mistake. If he needs to start apologizing. He needs to know now that that's not the case. I close the gap between our lips again, like magnets, firmly, please, just a couple of seconds longer. I'm a little drunk, a little too intense, a little too passionate.
I can't watch this. I can't. I've lost interest. Once you started going into fan fiction, I lose interest. It's just I can't really relate to that. I don't know. It's just I don't know. Yeah, she's interesting. She's interesting. That's she's definitely Your boyfriend is a mathematical function? What?
Okay, forget about romance for a second. Forget about all the videos that you have watched in your entire life about who am I? Who is my boyfriend? How men work? Baby, the question is how maths work. You need to master it. You need to master the functions because you are a sinus and your boyfriend is a linear function. And your relationship is a function where you are the input and he is the output. The independent girl, the dependent boy. He tries to master it, but you are the one who will win if you know how the world works with maths. So, baby, don't keep asking me, why do we have to learn maths? Why do we have to learn functions? Because this is the world. If you master it, you will master your relationship. Trust me. Your mind has to be synced with your body so that everything works perfectly. And we're gonna go through all the phases in order to understand our body. Then we'll understand the man's body, and then we could go to the relationship. 13 days with the follicular phase, it's our spring. We're more creative, more social. You should have all your big meetings these days. You're an executive girl. You are thinking about everything. You should do your best workout with your brain into your material. You are working, you're doing your homework. Then we go to the ovulation, to the day 14. We're at the peak of our function, of our sinus. We are the queen of that function. We have the high libido, we're confident, we're magnetic. From the 50th to the 28th day, you're on that little
Between the accent and this, I can't really Can't really pay attention to what she's actually saying, like the content of what she's saying. So let's find something else. No comments on her video? Oh yeah, because she has 14 subscribers. I don't know. It's 11 o'clock, guys. This is a chick who says she loves foreskin.
Hello, YouTube. I wrote something really personal, and usually I kind of stay away from that. I don't know, as far as my channel goes, I don't really bring my opinion or my personal life into what I'm trying to do here because it doesn't matter. When it comes to respecting equal rights, nobody's opinion matters. And so I kind of try to stay away from it. But I know that there is sort of this idea out there that if a man has foreskin, he won't be able to get laid. Or a blowjob or whatever. So the reason that I'm going to read you this personal thing that I wrote is not to make anybody feel good or make anybody feel bad, though if you feel good, that's great, and if you feel bad, I'm very sorry. But the purpose is to dispel a myth. The myth that foreskins are nasty and all women hate them. So what I'm going to read was published on a blog elsewhere, and I will put the link up. And this is how it goes. I love foreskin. I wish that were all I had to say. Unfortunately, there's a comparison to be made, and it isn't one of two different naturally occurring penises. If it were, I wouldn't bother to tell people why I liked one and not the other. But because there is force involved, I'm campaigning against the forced circumcision of infants, I must also say that I can't fully enjoy circumcised sex and why. This is my personal opinion, and not something that anyone has to agree with in order to understand that forced circumcision is wrong. But it is just another example of how forcing amputation on one body affects more people than just the one who was cut. When I first became sexually active, I wasn't comfortable touching my boyfriend's penis. Something was just wrong about it. Even though he said he enjoyed it, I felt that what I was doing must be painful. I didn't know how hard my touch should be, and the friction creeped me out in a way I didn't even understand. All it took was one stroke of an intact penis, and I understood everything. There was no hesitation or worry that I was doing something wrong. It was sexy and fluid. I realized that there was a big difference, and I started paying attention. I've been lucky that a good percentage of my lovers have been intact, and this is what I've learned about myself and both types of penises. Feeling connected is what I enjoy the most about sex. In fact, it's probably 80% of my arousal. Intimacy is the point. The physical act
She was
is
ahead
just
of her
how I
time.
get there.
Yeah.
So if I don't feel
Yeah, I think we should all have our foreskin, bro. I think, I think it's criminal what they did to us. Well, I don't mean to lump you guys in with me, but I think it's criminal, man. Apparently it's like a lot more pleasurable. There's a lot of nerves in the foreskin, so apparently it's just all done to, well, they say it's for cleanliness, but it's bullshit, bro. Bullshit. Trying to take away pleasure from us.
connected, the physical act is literally less pleasurable. I am really oral. meaning using my mouth is a huge sexual turn-on for me. There's something incredibly intimate about it. This is why I cannot date a smoker. Off topic. Kissing should be deep and sexy, and the taste of unhealthy lungs really gets in the way of that. When I'm giving head, I'm not performing a service for the sole purpose of stimulating the penis. I'm connecting and making love with my mouth. I'm right there, enjoying everything in the moment. I love to look at it and smell it and feel it and taste it. I'm engaging in a dance with lots of different moves. If the foreskin is gone, my dance has fewer moves. That's less enjoyable, but not actually the problem. I'm a very compassionate person. That's why I speak out against violating human rights. I see a crime against someone's rights almost as a crime against myself.
This was their college
I'm
thesis.
sensitive, and the idea of pain causes me distress. The idea of a baby being forced to endure pain, well, you get the point. When I discovered how a circumcision was achieved, I was very disturbed. Interpret that as crying all night. After that, when I gave head to a man who had been circumcised, the physical proof, a scar instead of a foreskin and possibly other damage, of the torture he endured as an infant was an immediate mood kill. How could I connect with that? I quite literally had to regress myself to an immature place. I had to be me before I understood how circumcision was done. I had to forget what I had learned for a little while. Forget what I was seeing when I wanted to connect by seeing. Forget what I felt when I wanted to feel. This was like a numbing of my senses, a wall against reality. It worked, and I was able to feel connected and enjoy myself. But I was pretending to be a different person. It wasn't me connecting. It was the me of a few months or years before. As I'm further removed from that person by time and change, not to mention education, that task has become harder and harder. The intimacy in that moment is about being fully immersed in the other person's body. Trying to connect with a constant reminder of parts being forcibly removed from a screaming infant is impossible.
All right. All right, I get it. All right, I get it. Well, boys, I think that's it for me. I think that's it for me. I gotta go. I'm not gonna goon. I'm not, bro. I'm not gonna goon. Well, thank you, Rayash. Thank you, Rayash. A parting gift. Parting gift from Rayash. Thank you. Thank you for the $15. Means a lot. Thank you. Genuinely, thank you. You guys are the real ones. I appreciate it. When the boys struggling, you guys are great. So thanks for hanging out. And let's do it again tomorrow night. Or, yeah, let's do it again tomorrow night. Pick up right where we left off, right on the foreskin. All right. Have a good night, boys and gal or other gals that are here. See you tomorrow. Peace.